Imagine the slow creak of a wooden ship, sails filled with wind, and a young naturalist standing on deck, unaware his thoughts are about to change how humanity sees life itself. Tonight, my listeners and history buffs were following Charles Darwin's 5-year journey aboard the HMS Beagle. What began as a mapping expedition became a wandering classroom across jungles, coastlines and distant islands, where careful notes, quiet observations and long nights at sea slowly reshaped one man's understanding of the natural world. So as you settle in, picture waves rolling beneath the hull, lantern light flickering over handwritten journals, and a mind quietly collecting ideas that would echo through history, and if you'd like, dropping a follow and commenting where you're tuning in from would be perfect. Now, this is Charles Darwin's 5-year journey aboard the Beagle. You are stepping into the world of 1831 when a young naturalist named Charles Darwin joined a small British surveying ship called HMS Beagle. Over 5 years, this vessel would carry him across oceans, along coastlines, and into quiet harbours where careful observation became a daily practice. Tonight we follow the slow, steady rhythm of that voyage. The ship is smaller than you might imagine. HMS Beagle measures just 90 feet from bow to stern, and most of that space is claimed by equipment, supplies, and the crew of 74 men. You wake in a narrow cabin that you share with charts, instruments, and collections of specimens stored in bottles and boxes. The ceiling is low enough that you cannot stand fully upright. Light enters through small portholes, and the air smells of wood, canvas, and salt. Morning begins with a bell. It rings at regular intervals, marking the watches that organise shipboard time. You rise from your hammock, dress in layers suitable for the weather, and make your way to the upper deck. The motion of the ship is constant. Even in calm seas, the Beagle shifts and rolls with the water beneath its hull. You learn to move with this rhythm, bracing yourself as you walk, adjusting your balance without thinking. Breakfast is simple: ship's biscuit, salted meat and tea. You eat at a small table in the cramped poop cabin, sometimes alone, sometimes with Captain Fitzroy or the ship's officers. Conversation is practical: weather conditions, the day's planned route, notes about provisions. There is little ceremony, only the steady continuation of shipboard routine. After breakfast, you step out onto the deck. The crew is already at work. Ropes are checked and adjusted. Sails are trimmed according to the wind. Decks are scrubbed with seawater and stiff brushes. The work is repetitive, a cycle that repeats itself day after day. You watch the crew move with practiced efficiency, each man knowing his task without needing instruction. Your own work begins quietly. You carry a notebook, a few glass jars and tools for collecting. When the ship anchors close to land, you get ready to disembark. On days at sea, you observe from the deck. Seabirds follow the ship, gliding on air currents. You note their colours, their calls, and the way they dip toward the water. You sketch their forms in your notebook, recording details that seem small but may later prove significant. The ship's naturalist role is not an official naval position. You're a guest aboard the Beagle, invited to accompany the voyage and make observations. This means you fit your work into the ship's schedule rather than directing it. You wait for opportunities. When the ship stops for surveying work, you explore. When it sails, you organise your notes and specimens. Midday brings another meal. Often it is similar to breakfast: salted pork or beef, dried peas, ship's biscuit again. The food is plain and becomes familiar quickly. You eat what is provided, grateful for the sustenance. On days when fresh provisions are available, there might be eggs or fruit, purchased from coastal settlements. These are welcomed but not expected. Afternoons vary. Sometimes you work in your cabin, arranging specimens collected during recent shore visits. Rocks are labelled and wrapped. Plants are pressed between sheets of paper. Small creatures are preserved in spirits. Each item requires careful handling and notation. You record where it was found, the date, and any observations about the environment. This work is slow and requires concentration. Other afternoons you simply watch. The ocean changes with the light. Morning seas are one colour, afternoon seas another. Clouds shift across the sky. The horizon remains constant, a line that never approaches. You lean against the rail and let your mind settle into the rhythm of observation. There is no urgency, only attention. The ship's carpenter works nearby, mending a section of rail. The sailmaker sits cross-legged on deck, stitching canvas. The cook prepares the evening meal below. Life aboard the Beagle is a collection of individual tasks performed side by side. Everyone works at a steady pace. The work simply continues. As afternoon turns toward evening, you return to your cabin. The light through the porthole shifts to a warmer tone. You review your notes from the day, adding details you remember and correcting errors. Your handwriting is small and precise, filling page after page of bound journals. These records will outlast the voyage itself, but for now, they are simply part of the daily routine. Evening comes gradually. The crew changes watches. Those who have worked through the afternoon descend below deck to rest. Others take their places, maintaining the ship through the night. You eat your evening meal, which is much like the others. The sameness is comforting. You know what to expect. Before full darkness, you spend a few more minutes on deck. The air cools. Stars begin to appear, first a few, then many. The ship's lanterns are lit, casting small pools of light. You listen to the sounds, canvas snapping in the wind, ropes creaking and water moving along the hull. These sounds become a kind of music, a backdrop to thought. You return to your cabin and prepare for sleep. The hammock sways with the ship's motion, a gentle rocking that makes rest easier. Tomorrow will bring another day much like this one. The routine is dependable. The voyage continues steady and slow across weeks that blend into months. A ship at sea requires constant care. The Beagle is a working vessel, and its maintenance shapes the rhythm of each day. You watch the crew perform tasks that seem small but are essential. Wood swells and shrinks with moisture. Ropes fray. Sails weaken. Nothing aboard the ship can be neglected. The carpenter is one of the busiest men. He inspects the hull regularly, looking for signs of wear or damage. When he finds a loose plank, he secures it. When a joint weakens, he reinforces it. His work is preventive, catching problems before they grow. You see him at his bench, planing wood, fitting pieces together with careful precision. The smell of fresh-cut timber mixes with the salt air. The sailmaker's work is equally important. Canvas sails endure tremendous strain. Wind fills them, stretching the fabric tight. Rain soaks them. Sun bleaches and weakens them. The sailmaker examines every sail regularly, running his hands over the surface, feeling for thin spots. When he finds damage, he cuts a patch and stitches it into place. His needle moves in a steady rhythm, pulling heavy thread through layers of canvas. Ropes require attention too. The rigging that controls the sails is a complex network of lines, each with a specific purpose. The crew inspects these ropes daily, looking for wear. When a rope shows signs of fraying, it is replaced before it fails. Spare rope is stored below deck, coiled neatly, ready for use. The boatswain oversees this work, his experience guiding the crew's efforts. Navigation is another ongoing task. Captain Fitzroy takes regular measurements of the ship's position, using a sextant and chronometer. He measures the angle of the sun at noon, calculates latitude, and records the information in the ship's log. These measurements are cross-checked and verified. Accuracy matters. The difference between a correct position and an incorrect one can determine whether the ship finds safe harbour or dangerous reefs. Charts are consulted frequently. The Beagle carries maps of coastlines, though many are incomplete or based on earlier surveys. Part of the ship's mission is to improve these charts, adding detail and correcting errors. This means coastal waters are approached carefully, with frequent depth soundings. A weighted line is dropped over the side, measuring the distance to the seafloor. The crew calls out the depth, and the information is recorded. You assist with some of this work when asked. You learn to read the instruments and to understand how position is calculated. The mathematics involved are straightforward but require care. A small error in measurement can compound over time. You appreciate the discipline required and the patience to double-check and verify before trusting a number. Below deck, the ship's stores require management. Barrels of salted meat are stacked in the hold. Sacks of dried peas, flour and ship's biscuit are arranged to maximise space. Water casks are secured against shifting. The purser keeps detailed records of what is consumed, calculating how long supplies will last. Rationing is standard practice not because supplies are scarce, but because the next resupply point may be weeks away. Fresh water is precious. The crew uses it sparingly. Washing is done with seawater when possible. Drinking water is measured out carefully. Rain is collected when it falls, channeled from the sails into barrels. You grow accustomed to using water with intention, never wasting what cannot easily be replaced. The cook works in a small galley, preparing meals for the entire crew. His stove is fired with coal, and the heat it produces makes the galley uncomfortably warm even in cool weather. He boils salted meat to soften it, soaks dried peas overnight, and bakes ship's biscuit into something approaching bread. The meals he produces are plain, but they are regular and filling. Every few weeks, the ship requires a more thorough inspection. When the Beagle anchors in a sheltered harbour, the crew takes the opportunity to careen the vessel. This means tipping it onto its side to expose the underwater hull. Barnacles are scraped away, the hull is checked for damage. If needed, repairs are made. This work takes several days and involves the entire crew. It is labour-intensive but necessary. You help where you can, though your contributions are modest. You pass tools, carry supplies, and assist with measurements. The work is repetitive but satisfying. There is a sense of shared purpose, of maintaining something larger than any individual. The ship depends on this collective effort. Discipline structures the work. Orders are given clearly and followed promptly. The crew knows the consequences of neglect. A poorly maintained ship is a dangerous one, but the discipline is not harsh. It is simply the framework that allows 74 men to live and work together in close quarters for months at a time. At night, you sometimes hear the officer of the watch making his rounds, checking that all is secure, hatches are fastened, lanterns are positioned safely, the helm is manned, the ship is never left unattended. This vigilance continues regardless of weather or fatigue. It is part of the rhythm, one more element of the routine that keeps the voyage moving forward. The Beagle is not a swift ship, but it is a sturdy one. It was built for coastal surveying and designed to handle shallow waters and variable conditions. Its reliability comes from careful construction and diligent maintenance. You come to trust the ship, to feel secure in its solid timbers and well-tended rigging. The voyage depends on this trust. Your days are filled with looks. You're not searching or hunting for something specific, but simply observing what appears before you. The practice becomes habitual. You wake with the intention to notice, and that intention shapes how you move through each day. When the Beagle approaches land, you prepare your tools, a small hammer for breaking rocks, glass vials for specimens, paper for pressing plants, a notebook always at hand. These objects become extensions of your purpose. You carry them ashore when the ship's boats ferry crew and supplies to the beach. The shoreline offers endless variety. Rocky coasts differ from sandy beaches. Tidal pools contain creatures that disappear when the water recedes. You kneel beside these pools, watching small crabs navigate between stones, observing the patterns on shells, and noting which plants grow just above the waterline and which tolerate submersion. Your notes accumulate slowly. Each entry is dated and located. You describe what you see in plain language, avoiding assumptions. A shell's colour, a bird's size relative to familiar species, the texture of a leaf. These details may seem trivial, but you have learned that patterns emerge from accumulated observations. What appears random in a single instance may reveal structure when examined across many examples. Rocks interest you particularly. You break open samples, examining the layers within. Some show clear stratification, alternating bands of different materials. Others are uniform throughout. You collect samples of each type, wrapping them carefully and labelling them with the location where they were found. Later, aboard the ship, you will compare these samples to others collected from different sites. The comparison reveals something. Rocks from distant locations sometimes resemble each other closely. This suggests common origins or similar processes of formation. You begin to wonder about the forces that shape landscapes over time. Water, wind, heat, and pressure. These forces work slowly, but their effects accumulate. A coastline that appears permanent is perhaps slowly changing, wearing away grain by grain. Plants show equal complexity. You collect leaves, flowers, and seeds. You press them carefully between sheets of paper, applying weight to flatten them without crushing. Once dried, these specimens can be studied indefinitely. You note where each plant grew. Was it near water? Did it grow in shade or full sun, among other plants or isolated? These details help you understand what conditions each species requires. Animals are harder to observe. Many move quickly or hide when you approach. You watch from a distance when possible, using patience rather than pursuit. Seabirds nesting on cliffs ignore your presence once they become accustomed to it. You sit quietly and watch them feed their young, noting the frequency of feeding, the types of food brought, and the behaviour of the chicks. Insects are everywhere, even on remote islands. You collect them carefully, preserving them in small vials. Their diversity is astonishing. Different species occupy different niches. Some feed on particular plants, others prey on other insects. The relationships between species are intricate, each one adapted to its specific role. You begin to notice patterns in these adaptations. Island species sometimes differ from mainland species in subtle ways. Size varies, coloration shifts, behaviour changes. These differences are small, but they are consistent. You record them without yet understanding their significance. The patterns are there, waiting for interpretation. Your geological observations accumulate alongside the biological ones. You notice fossils embedded in rock layers, remnants of creatures that no longer exist. These fossils are sometimes similar to living species, sometimes quite different. Their presence in rock suggests great age, time measured on scales beyond human experience. You think about these things during the long hours at sea. The ship moves slowly across the ocean, and there is time for reflection. You review your notes, looking for connections. You sketch diagrams, trying to visualize relationships. The work is tentative and exploratory. You're not reaching conclusions, only gathering evidence. Captain Fitzroy sometimes asks about your findings. You share what you have observed, describing specimens and locations. The conversations are cordial, but brief. Fitzroy's interest is genuine, though his own work focuses on charts and navigation. The ship values your observations, even though they are supplementary to its primary mission. Other crew members occasionally bring you specimens. A sailor finds an unusual shell on the beach and carries it back to the ship. The cook discovers a strange insect in the provisions. You accept these offerings gratefully, adding them to your collection. The crew's participation broadens what you can observe, extending your reach beyond your efforts. In the evenings, you organise the day's collections. Each specimen is examined, described, and stored. The work is meticulous and time-consuming. You cannot rush it. Accuracy matters more than speed. A specimen poorly preserved or incorrectly labelled loses much of its value. You take care, working by lamplight until fatigue forces you to stop. The collection grows steadily. Boxes fill with rocks. Bottles line the shelves of your cabin. Pressed plants accumulate in portfolios. This physical accumulation represents months of patient observation and countless hours spent looking closely at the natural world. Specialists will eventually return the collection to England for examination, but for now it simply forms part of your daily routine. The work itself brings you satisfaction. The process of observing, recording and organising brings you satisfaction. There is a calm rhythm to it, a sense of purpose that does not require dramatic discovery. Each day adds a little more to the accumulation of knowledge. Each observation contributes significantly to the larger puzzle. It's not necessary to view the entire picture to appreciate the individual pieces. The voyage is long and rest becomes its kind of practice. This is not the dramatic exhaustion of a crisis, but rather the steady fatigue that builds up over weeks and months of ship life. You learn to rest in stages, in moments stolen between tasks and in the regular intervals built into each day's schedule. Between landfalls, the ship settles into its sailing rhythm. Days pass without significant events. The horizon remains empty. The wind blows steadily, or not at all. During these stretches, the crew's energy shifts. Work continues, but at a measured pace. There is no urgency, only the slow movement toward the next destination. You spend these quiet days below deck more often. Your cabin becomes a refuge. The space is small, but it is yours. You arrange it to suit your needs. Books are stacked within reach. Specimens are organised on makeshift shelves. The hammock hangs at a height that allows you to sit on a low stool and write at the small fold-down desk. Afternoon light filters through the porthole, creating a small circle of illumination that moves across the cabin as the day progresses. You follow this light, positioning your work to take advantage of it. When the light fades, you light a lamp, though you try to conserve oil. The lamp's flame flickers with the ship's motion, casting shifting shadows on the wooden walls. Rest comes in unexpected moments. You sit with a book, but find your eyes growing heavy. The text blurs. You set the book aside and close your eyes, letting the ship's motion rock you into a brief sleep. 20 minutes later, you wake refreshed. These short rests punctuate your days, small pauses that prevent deeper fatigue from accumulating. The crew has its rest rhythms. Men off watch gather below deck, some sleeping, others playing cards or mending clothes. Conversation is quiet and respectful of those trying to rest. The ship's bell marks the passage of time, but between these regular signals, hours drift by without urgency. Seasickness, when it comes, demands its kind of rest. The motion that becomes familiar can sometimes overwhelm. You lie in your hammock, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The discomfort passes eventually. You learn to recognise the early signs and to rest before the sickness becomes severe. Ginger, when available, helps. Fresh air on deck helps more. But sometimes the only remedy is stillness and patience. Recovery follows its schedule. After a period of illness or particular fatigue, you need extra rest. You sleep longer. You work less. The ship tolerates this. There is no pressure to maintain a constant pace. The voyage is too long for unsustainable effort. Everyone aboard understands the need for recovery time. Shore visits provide a different kind of rest. After weeks at sea, solid ground feels strange beneath your feet. The earth does not move, and your body, accustomed to compensating for the ship's motion, initially struggles with stability. You walk on land with careful steps, your balance slowly readjusting. On shore, you sometimes find places to sit and simply be still. You may find a flat rock that provides a stunning view of the water. A grassy area nestled beneath a tree can also serve as a peaceful spot to relax. These moments of stillness on land are precious. The sounds are different here. Birdsong instead of rigging, wind through leaves instead of through canvas. You close your eyes and listen, storing the memory for the next stretch at sea. Returning to the ship after days ashore requires another adjustment. The first night back in your hammock, the motion seems pronounced again. You sway with the ship, your body relearning the rhythm. By the second night, it feels normal once more. This cycle of adjustment and readjustment becomes familiar. Sleep at sea is usually interrupted. The watch bell rings every 4 hours. Footsteps sound on the deck above. The ship's motion changes with shifting winds. You learn to sleep through most disturbances, waking only when something truly unusual occurs. This light sleep is restorative enough. Your body adapts. Some nights are calmer than others. When the sea is smooth and the wind steady, the ship barely rocks. These nights allow deeper rest. You wake feeling genuinely refreshed, ready for whatever the day brings. You treasure these nights, knowing they are not guaranteed. On rougher nights, rest comes in fragments. You doze, wake, and doze again. The hammock sways more dramatically. Objects shift in the cabin. You hear the crew working above, adjusting sails to manage the conditions. You do not worry. The ship is well handled, and rough seas are part of the voyage. You simply rest as best you can. Midday often brings a quiet period. After the noon meal, when the sun is high and the day's work has settled into routine, you find yourself growing drowsy. Sometimes you surrender to this feeling, returning to your cabin for a short rest. Other times you fight it, preferring to use the daylight for observation. Both choices are acceptable. The voyage is long enough to accommodate either approach. You notice that rest and observation are not opposites but companions. When you are well rested, your observations are sharper. You notice details you might otherwise miss. Conversely, after intense periods of observation and collection, rest becomes necessary. Your mind needs time to process what you have seen, to consolidate memories and insights. The rhythm of rest aboard the Beagle is not dramatic. It does not involve collapse and recovery, but rather gentle waves of energy and fatigue that alternate throughout each day and week. You ride these waves, working when energy is available and resting when it is not. The pattern is sustainable, designed for the long duration of the voyage. Eating aboard the Beagle follows a strict schedule. 3 meals per day, served at consistent times. The predictability is comforting. You know when to expect food, and your body adjusts to the rhythm. Hunger arrives on schedule, and meals satisfy it reliably. Ship's biscuit forms the foundation of the diet. These hard, dry crackers are baked before the voyage begins and designed to last for months without spoiling. They're plain, nearly tasteless, but substantial. You learn to soften them in tea or coffee, making them easier to chew. Sometimes they contain weevils, small insects that have burrowed into the flour before baking. You learn to tap the biscuit against the table, dislodging the weevils before eating. This routine becomes automatic. Salted meat is served regularly. Pork and beef, preserved in barrels of brine. The salt draws out moisture, preventing decay, but it also makes the meat tough and intensely salty. The cook boils it for hours to make it palatable. Even so, it retains a strong flavour that dominates whatever else is on the plate. You grow accustomed to it, as everyone aboard does. Dried peas are soaked overnight and then boiled into a thick soup. This provides variety in nutrition. The peas are plain, but they are filling and easier to digest than the salted meat. Sometimes the cook adds small amounts of onion or other vegetables when fresh supplies are available, but these additions are rare and brief. Fresh food is a luxury. When the ship stops at a port or coastal settlement, provisions are purchased if available. Provisions include items such as eggs, fruit, vegetables, and fresh bread. These items transform the meals temporarily. You savour the taste of an orange and the crisp texture of a fresh carrot. But fresh food spoils quickly in the ship's warm hold, so these pleasures are fleeting. Water is rationed carefully, as discussed earlier. Each person receives a daily allowance. You use it for drinking and sparingly for washing. The water has a stale taste after weeks in the barrel, but you learn to ignore this. Thirst is a more powerful motivator than preference. Tea and coffee are available daily. The cook prepares large pots of each, sweetened with sugar when supplies allow. These hot drinks are welcome, especially in cool weather or rough seas. You develop a preference for tea in the morning and coffee in the afternoon, though both are drunk black and strong. Rum is issued to the crew in small measures. This is a naval tradition, meant to boost morale and provide a brief respite from routine. You receive a portion as well, though you often decline it. The effects of alcohol are more pronounced aboard a moving ship, and you prefer to keep your mind clear for observation and note-taking. Meals are eaten in shifts. Officers eat in the poop cabin. Crew members are below deck. You usually eat with the officers, though the atmosphere is informal. Conversation centres on practical matters. The day's progress, weather predictions. Plans are being made for the next landfall. There is little ceremony, only the efficient consumption of food before returning to work. The monotony of the diet becomes a kind of comfort. You know what to expect, and the familiarity reduces one source of uncertainty in a voyage filled with variables. The food is not exciting, but it is sufficient. It sustains you day after day, month after month. Health concerns arise occasionally. Scurvy, caused by a lack of fresh vegetables and fruit, is a known danger on long voyages. The ship's surgeon monitors the crew for early signs, bleeding gums, fatigue and bruising. When fresh provisions are available, they are consumed eagerly, not just for taste but for their protective effect. You experience occasional digestive troubles, as most aboard do. Salted meat and ship's biscuits can cause discomfort to your stomach. The ship's motion can worsen these issues. You learn which foods sit better and which to avoid when feeling unsettled. The surgeon provides simple remedies when needed, though often time and rest are the only real cures. Minor injuries are common. Splinters from rough wood, small cuts, and rope burns are common injuries. The surgeon treats these efficiently. Cleanliness is important, though limited water makes thorough washing difficult. Wounds are bandaged, monitored for infection, and generally heal without complication. More serious illness is rare but concerning. When fever strikes, the affected person is isolated as much as the ship's cramped quarters allow. Rest, water, and time are the primary treatments. The surgeon has some medicines, but their effectiveness is limited. Most illnesses simply need to progress naturally. You maintain your health through routine, regular sleep, adequate food, and fresh air on deck when possible. You avoid excess. You listen to your body's signals, resting when tired and eating when hungry. This attentiveness prevents small issues from becoming larger ones. Physical activity is limited but important. Walking the deck provides exercise. Occasional shore visits allow for more vigorous movement. You climb hills, walk along beaches, and explore inland when time permits. These periods of activity balance the long hours of sitting and studying. The ship's routine supports health through its very regularity. Meals at consistent times. Everyone respects the sleep periods. Work distributed across the day. This structure creates stability that helps everyone aboard maintain physical and mental well-being through the long voyage. You become aware of the relationship between food, rest, and work. When you eat well and sleep adequately, your observations are sharper and your notes are more detailed. When fatigue accumulates or meals are particularly poor, your work suffers. You learn to manage these variables as best you can, accepting what you cannot control. You become accustomed to the rhythm of eating, resting, and working. You wake, eat, work, eat, rest, work, eat, and sleep. The pattern repeats with variations, but maintains its basic structure. This regularity is part of what makes the long voyage endurable. The routine provides a framework within which life continues, day after day, across months and years. As daylight fades, the ship's atmosphere changes. The pace of work slows. Crew members complete their final tasks before the evening watch begins. You feel this shift as a subtle relaxation, a collective exhale as another day at sea draws toward its close. You descend to your cabin while a little light still enters through the porthole. The space is familiar now, every object in its place. Your notebooks are stacked on the small desk. Specimen jars line the makeshift shelf. The hammock hangs ready for the night ahead. You light your lamp, adjusting the wick to produce steady, even light. Evening is your time for writing. You open your current notebook and review the day's rough notes, scribbled quickly during observations. Now you transfer these notes into a more permanent form, expanding abbreviations, clarifying descriptions, and adding details you remember but did not have time to record earlier. Your handwriting is small and precise, each word carefully formed. This is partly to conserve paper, which is limited, but also a matter of habit. Clear writing aids clear thinking. You describe what you saw, where you saw it, and what conditions surrounded it. The act of writing helps you remember, embedding the observations more firmly in memory. Some evenings you work on sketches. Your artistic skill is modest, but drawings capture information that words cannot. You capture the shape of a shell, the pattern on a leaf, and the structure of a rock formation through your drawings. You draw with simple tools, pencil, occasionally ink, and sometimes coloured pencils when you need to record specific hues. The drawings are functional rather than beautiful, but they serve their purpose. Other evenings you organise specimens, rocks are sorted by type and origin. Plant samples are checked to ensure they are drying properly. Preserved creatures in jars are examined for any signs of deterioration. This maintenance work is essential. A collection is only valuable if it is properly curated. You sometimes read during these evening hours. The ship carries a small library, books shared among the officers. You borrow volumes on geology, natural history, and travel narratives. Reading expands your understanding, providing context for what you observe. You take notes as you read, marking passages that seem particularly relevant. The cabin is quiet except for small sounds. Water moving along the hull just beyond the wooden planks. Footsteps on the deck above. The ship creaks as it flexes with the waves. These sounds are constant, a backdrop to your evening work. They do not disturb you. They are simply part of the environment. Occasionally you hear voices from the crew's quarters nearby. Low conversation, sometimes laughter. The crew spends their evenings much as you do, occupied with small tasks or simple relaxation. Some write letters that will be sent when the ship next reaches port. Others mend clothes or repair personal items. The work is unhurried, almost meditative. Your lamp burns steadily, consuming oil slowly. You're conscious of the need to conserve, but these evening hours of work are important. The lamplight creates a small sphere of visibility in the growing darkness. Beyond that sphere, the cabin fades into shadow. You focus on what you can see, on the page before you, on the work at hand. Sometimes your mind wanders. You think about observations from earlier in the voyage, patterns you have noticed, and questions that have emerged. You do not try to force conclusions. You simply let thoughts surface and drift, trusting that insights will come when they are ready. Evening's quiet pace encourages this kind of reflection. The ship's motion is usually gentler in the evening. Winds often decrease as night approaches. The Beagle rocks slowly, a steady rhythm that becomes almost hypnotic. You sway slightly as you work, your body unconsciously moving with the ship. This motion is soothing rather than disruptive. You pause occasionally to rest your eyes. Staring at notebook pages by lamplight can be tiring. You look away, focusing on the shadows in the cabin's corners, letting your vision relax. These brief pauses help you maintain concentration over several hours of close work. Some evenings, Captain Fitzroy stops by your cabin. He knocks lightly and enters when you invite him. The conversations are friendly and informal. He asks about your recent observations. You share fascinating specimens or sketches. He tells you about the day's navigation or upcoming plans for the route. These exchanges are brief but valued. They connect your work to the larger purpose of the voyage. As the evening deepens, you become aware of fatigue settling into your body. Your eyes grow heavy. Your hand, holding the pen, begins to ache slightly. These are signals to finish your work and prepare for sleep. You complete the sentence you are writing, close your notebook, and cap your ink bottle. Before extinguishing the lamp, you arrange the cabin for the night. Tools are put away. Notebooks are stacked securely so they will not slide if the ship's motion increases. The desk is folded up against the wall. You check that specimen jars are stable, that nothing can tip or spill during the night. You undress partially, keeping on layers appropriate for the cabin's temperature. The hammock waits, gently swaying. You extinguish the lamp, and darkness fills the cabin. The sounds of the ship seem slightly louder now without the distraction of lamplight, water, wood, wind. You climb into the hammock, settling into its familiar cradle. The day is complete. Tomorrow will bring more observations, more notes and more specimens, but tonight is the only rest. The evening's work has provided a sense of accomplishment, of progress made. You close your eyes, feeling the ship carry you forward through the darkness, toward whatever the next day will bring. Night aboard the Beagle is orderly and predictable. The ship does not sleep, but it settles into a quieter rhythm. The watch changes every 4 hours, marked by the bell whose sound carries clearly through the night air. These bells organise time, dividing the darkness into manageable intervals. Your hammock sways gently in the cabin's darkness. The motion is constant, matching the ship's movement through the water. This rocking is familiar now, a sensation you have come to associate with safety and rest. The hammock's gentle swing helps rather than hinders sleep. Above you, footsteps mark the watchkeeper's patrol. He walks the length of the deck at regular intervals, checking that all is secure. Sails properly set. Rigging sound. Helm manned and attentive. These sounds of vigilance are reassuring. The ship is being cared for while you rest. The cabin is dark except for faint moonlight or starlight that sometimes enters through the porthole. Your eyes adjust to this darkness, distinguishing shapes. The outline of your desk, the shelves of specimens, and the hanging hammock beside your own where equipment is stored. The darkness is complete but not oppressive. Sounds change throughout the night. Wind shifts, and you hear canvas adjusting. Rain begins, drumming on the deck above. The ship's motion alters slightly with changing seas. None of these variations are alarming. They are part of the night's natural progression. You register them without fully waking. You're sleep light enough to notice, but deep enough to rest. The crew maintains the ship through the night with practiced efficiency. When sails need adjustment, you hear quiet commands and the sound of many hands working together. Ropes run through blocks. Canvas flaps briefly before being secured. The work is done quickly and competently, then silence returns. Below deck, men sleep in shifts. Those off watch rest in their hammocks, crowded together in the crew's quarters. The air is close there, filled with the breathing of many sleepers. But this closeness also provides warmth, particularly welcome on cooler nights. The crew sleeps soundly, bodies worn from the day's work. In the officers' quarters, which include your cabin, conditions are slightly less cramped but still close. The ship is small and space is precious. Every cubic foot serves multiple purposes, but the arrangement works. Everyone has a place to sleep, and that is sufficient. Nighttime offers a particular quality of quiet. Even the sounds that continue, water, wind, the creak of timber, seem muted, softened by darkness. Voices, when you hear them, are low. No one shouts unless necessary. The night watch respects those sleeping, keeping noise to a minimum. Sometimes you wake during the night, pulled from sleep by the bell or a change in the ship's motion. You lie still, listening, assessing. The sounds tell you it's all well. The ship moves steadily. The watch is alert. You close your eyes and return to sleep within minutes. Other times you wake more fully, unable to immediately return to sleep. On these occasions you might light your lamp briefly, read a few pages, or review notes. The activity is quiet and brief, just enough to settle your mind before attempting sleep again. Usually the procedure works, and you drift off within a short time. The ship's bell marks the passage of hours with reassuring regularity. 4 bells, 8 bells, 2 bells. Each pattern is distinct, announcing the time to anyone listening. The bells structure the night just as they structure the day, providing rhythm and order to time that might otherwise feel formless. On clear nights you sometimes go on deck briefly before sleeping. The stars are spectacular at sea, away from any land-based lights. The Milky Way stretches across the sky, a river of light. Constellations wheel slowly overhead. You stand at the rail for a few minutes, looking up, feeling the smallness of the ship beneath the vast night sky. The watchkeeper might nod to you in greeting but does not interrupt his duties. You're simply another person on deck, taking a moment of night air before rest. The exchange requires no words. After a few minutes you return below, your eyes readjusted to darkness, ready for sleep. The hammock receives you again. You arrange yourself, finding the position that will be most comfortable through the remaining hours of night. The ship rocks. Water sounds along the hull. These sensations are so familiar now that they barely register consciously. These sensations represent the conditions of sleep, as normal as having a bed and blankets on land. Some nights are easier than others. On calm seas with gentle winds, sleep comes quickly and lasts until morning. On rougher nights, rest is more interrupted and more fragmented. But even fragmented sleep is restorative. Your body has adapted to the ship's rhythms, learning to rest whenever opportunity allows. Dreams come and go, influenced by the day's observations and the ship's motion. You dream of landscapes visited, creatures observed, and rocks broken open to reveal their hidden structures. These dreams are usually calm, processing rather than anxious. You wake from them easily, without disturbance. As night progresses toward dawn, the darkness begins to thin. The first hint of light appears, barely perceptible at first. The watch prepares for the morning change. Below deck, sleepers begin to stir, bodies sensing the approaching day before conscious minds register it. You wake gradually, returning to awareness as you have on countless mornings before. The cabin is still dark, but you know day is near. You lie still for a moment, gathering yourself, preparing mentally for another day at sea. The night has passed safely. The ship has carried you forward while you slept, adding miles to the voyage. Outside, the watchkeeper calls the time, the bell sounds, a new watch assembles on deck. The cycle continues reliable and steady. Night gives way to dawn, and the pattern of another day aboard the Beagle begins to unfold once more. The voyage of the Beagle stretches across 5 years, a span of time that transforms through its very length. Days blend into weeks, and weeks into months. The calendar progresses, but aboard the ship time feels different. The pace is not particularly slow, but rather patient. Not rushed, but steady. You notice changes in yourself that accumulate gradually. Your hands become more skilled at preserving specimens. Your eye grows sharper at distinguishing species. Your understanding of geological processes deepens through repeated observation. These changes happen so slowly that you barely perceive them day to day. Only looking back across months can you see how much has shifted. The collection you maintain grows steadily. Boxes fill with geological samples from dozens of locations. Portfolios overflow with pressed plants. Bottles line every available shelf space, each containing a preserved creature. This physical accumulation represents something larger, the patient gathering of evidence, the slow building of understanding. You do not yet see the full pattern, the observations you have made, the specimens you have collected, and the notes you have written. All of this remains somewhat fragmentary. Individual pieces, not yet assembled into a coherent whole. But you trust the process. You believe that patterns will emerge when enough pieces are gathered, when enough time has passed for reflection. The ship continues its work, surveying coastlines, correcting charts, and mapping harbours. This mission proceeds independently of your natural history observations, yet the two efforts share a common character. Patient, methodical, careful. Both require attention to detail and a willingness to work slowly toward distant goals. You think often about what you have seen. Islands where creatures exist that are found nowhere else. Rock layers revealing vast spans of time. There are fossils from extinct species that bear a striking resemblance to their living counterparts. These observations suggest something, though exactly what remains unclear. The implications linger on the brink of comprehension. yet they remain elusive. The routine of shipboard life continues to anchor you. Wake, eat, observe, record, rest. The pattern repeats with variations but maintains its essential structure. This consistency allows the work to continue without interruption. The routine becomes a kind of foundation on which everything else rests. Seasons change, though at sea the shifts are subtle. Temperatures vary, weather patterns alter, the angle of the sun shifts. You track these changes in your notes, marking seasonal variations in the creatures and plants you observe. These meticulous observations document the passage of time. The crew changes too, though slowly. Men leave the ship at ports, replaced by new recruits. Faces become familiar, then disappear, and then new faces take their places. But the ship's essential character remains constant. The work continues regardless of individual changes. The Beagle persists. You correspond with colleagues when opportunity allows, sending letters and specimens back to England when ships heading that direction can carry them. These communications are irregular and slow. Months pass between sending a letter and receiving a reply. Yet this connection to the wider scientific community matters. Your work does not exist in isolation, even when you are thousands of miles from home. Physical endurance becomes a kind of achievement. The voyage demands stamina. The ability to continue day after day without dramatic milestones. You develop this endurance without particularly noticing. Your body adapts to ship life. Your mind becomes accustomed to the pace. What once seemed difficult becomes simply normal. You observe changes in your thinking. Ideas that once seemed certain become more flexible. Questions you thought answered open up again, revealing new complexity. This intellectual growth happens quietly, shaped by repeated observation and the time to reflect on what you have seen. The landscapes you have visited create lasting memories. Particular images remain vivid. A volcanic island rising from the sea, a coral reef teeming with life, and a cliff face showing millions of years of geological history. These images become reference points, mental anchors that organise your understanding. Conversations with Captain Fitzroy continue throughout the voyage. You discuss observations, debate interpretations, and share perspectives. These exchanges sharpen your thinking, forcing you to articulate ideas clearly. The captain's questions push you to consider alternatives, to examine assumptions. The specimens you send back to England begin to attract attention. Letters arrive from naturalists who have examined your collections. They ask questions, request more information, and point out intriguing features you may have missed. This dialogue enriches your work, connecting your individual observations to broader scientific discussions. You begin to sense the shape of ideas that will require years more to fully develop. The voyage is providing raw material, observations, specimens, questions, that will sustain future work long after the ship returns to England. This realization brings satisfaction. The voyage is not an end in itself, but a beginning. The Beagle eventually turns toward home. The final leg of the journey reverses the early route, bringing familiar coastlines back into view. But you're not the same person who left England 5 years earlier. The voyage has changed you, shaped you, and given you a foundation of experience and observation that will inform everything that follows. The ship sails steadily toward home waters. The routine continues, even as the voyage nears its end. You maintain your observations, keep your notes, and care for your specimens. The work does not stop simply because the destination approaches. The practice you have developed is now part of who you are. England appears on the horizon eventually. The voyage that has consumed 5 years of your life approaches completion. But the ideas born during these years will continue to grow, to develop, and to reshape understanding. The voyage's end is only the beginning of its true impact. For now, though, there is only the ship, the sea, and the steady rhythm of observation and rest. The Beagle carries you forward through calm waters. The sky is clear. The horizon stretches endlessly ahead, just as it has for days and weeks and months. You stand at the rail, watching light play across the water, noting details as you have done countless times before. The work continues, the voyage continues, life aboard the ship continues in its patient, methodical way. And in this continuation, in this steady accumulation of observation and thought, something significant is quietly taking shape. This transformation occurs not in a dramatic or sudden manner, but rather through the gentle persistence of curiosity, patience, and time. The ship sails on. You rest when rest is needed, watch when observation is possible, and trust that understanding will come through this slow, steady practice of attention. The rhythm holds, the voyage continues, and in the continuity itself there is peace. Imagine being 18 years old and sound asleep in your childhood bedroom. The room is familiar, the wallpaper you've seen every morning for years, the slight creak of floorboards you know by heart, the way morning light filters through curtains that have framed your dreams since you were small. Now imagine being awakened before dawn with news that will transform every single aspect of your existence forever. This was Victoria's reality on June 20th, 1837, when the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain arrived at Kensington Palace, with their solemn faces and formal court dress. Her uncle, King William IV, had died during the night, and she was now Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. No training period, no gradual transitions, just instant, absolute transformation from protected teenager to constitutional monarch. Victoria had spent her entire childhood in what historians call the Kensington system, a peculiar arrangement that sounds more like a boarding school punishment than a royal upbringing. Her mother, the Duchess of Kent, and her mother's advisor, Sir John Conroy, had kept Victoria isolated from court life, surrounded by rules and restrictions that would make a modern helicopter parent look relaxed. She wasn't allowed to walk downstairs without someone holding her hand. She slept in her mother's bedroom every night. Her companions were carefully selected, her reading material monitored, and her every movement observed and controlled. The system was designed ostensibly to protect her from the corrupting influence of her royal uncles, who were admittedly not the best role models, but it also kept her dependent, inexperienced, and theoretically easier to control once she became queen. What the architects of this system failed to anticipate was that constant restriction often breeds fierce independence in strong-willed individuals, and Victoria's will was forged steel, wrapped in silk. The moment Victoria learned she was queen, something shifted in her bearing that everyone present noticed. This small young woman, barely 5 feet tall, with prominent blue eyes and a tendency to blush easily, suddenly possessed an authority that transcended her physical presence. When she held her first Privy Council meeting just hours after learning of her accession, elderly statesmen who had governed empires were struck by her composure and dignity. Picture that first council meeting, a room full of men in their finest, formal wear, powdered wigs and gold-braided coats, all expecting to manage this inexperienced girl queen. Instead, they found someone who read the formal declaration in a clear, steady voice, who met their eyes directly, and who made it absolutely plain that she understood the weight of her new position. The Duke of Wellington, who had defeated Napoleon and wasn't easily impressed, later remarked on her extraordinary self-possession. Victoria's first act of independence was deliciously pointed. She moved her bed out of her mother's room. After 18 years of enforced proximity, she claimed her own space with the kind of determination that would characterize her entire reign. It was a small domestic gesture that represented a seismic shift in power dynamics. The Duchess of Kent, who had planned to rule through her daughter, found herself relegated to separate apartments and excluded from political influence. The young queen threw herself into her new role with an enthusiasm that surprised her advisors. She loved the red dispatch boxes that arrived daily, filled with government papers requiring her attention. She enjoyed the ceremony and ritual of court life, the formal drawing rooms and the state dinners. Most of all, she relished having her own household, her own decisions, and her own life finally under her own control. Lord Melbourne, her first Prime Minister, became something of a father figure to Victoria, though calling him that doesn't quite capture their relationship. He was a sophisticated, worldly man in his late 50s, and she was an enthusiastic teenager with opinions about everything. He taught her the intricacies of British politics with patient good humour, endured her occasional temper tantrums with grace, and genuinely seemed to enjoy her company. They would spend hours together discussing politics, literature, and court gossip, forming a bond that was part mentorship, part friendship, and entirely unconventional. Victoria's early years as Queen had a quality of exhilaration mixed with bewilderment. She was discovering London society, attending the opera and theatre, dancing at balls until dawn, and generally experiencing the youth she'd been denied during her isolated childhood. She adored her new freedom with the passion of someone who had been released from benign captivity. Her journals from this period bubble with exclamation marks and underlined words, capturing her delight in everything from new gowns to political debates. But the euphoria of those first years was occasionally punctured by harsh lessons in royal vulnerability. The young Queen faced criticism in the press, rumours about her relationship with Melbourne, and even questions about her judgment in various court scandals. Being Queen, she was learning, meant that every mistake was magnified and every decision scrutinised by people who had strong opinions about how monarchy should function. While Victoria was adjusting to her crown, Britain itself was in the midst of a transformation that would have staggered previous generations. The country she inherited was neither the rural agricultural society of her grandparents' time, nor yet the industrial powerhouse it would become by the end of her reign. It was caught in that uncomfortable space between worlds, where steam engines shared roads with horse-drawn carts, and factory workers lived alongside traditional craftsmen. The 1830s and 1840s were decades of profound social upheaval. The Industrial Revolution, though historians debate whether calling it a revolution captures its gradual grinding nature, was remaking British society from the ground up. Manchester and Birmingham had transformed from market towns into blackened industrial cities, where textile mills operated around the clock and coal smoke hung in the air like a permanent fog. The romantic image of pastoral England was giving way to the reality of urban sprawl and factory discipline. You have to understand that this transformation wasn't some distant policy issue for Victoria. She could see it when she travelled through her kingdom. The railways, which had barely existed at her birth, were now spreading across the countryside like iron veins, connecting cities and accelerating the pace of everything. The first time Victoria travelled by train in 1842, she was both thrilled and slightly terrified by the speed, though at barely 40 miles per hour it would seem comically slow to you today. The social implications of industrialisation troubled Victoria, even if she didn't always know what to do about them. Reports reached her of working conditions in factories and mines that would shock modern sensibilities. Children as young as 5 working 12-hour shifts in coal mines, families living in single-room tenements without running water or sanitation, and workers paid so little they could barely afford bread. The gap between Britain's growing wealth and the poverty of many of its citizens created tensions that occasionally erupted into violence. The Chartist movement, which demanded democratic reforms like universal male suffrage and secret ballots, represented both the promise and threat of this new industrial age. Working people were organising, demanding rights, and challenging the assumption that political power should remain concentrated in aristocratic hands. Victoria viewed Chartism with a mixture of sympathy and alarm typical of her class. She felt compassion for workers' struggles, but feared revolutionary violence that might threaten social stability. In 1842, when economic depression led to widespread unrest and rumours of Chartist uprisings, Victoria experienced firsthand the fragility of public order. Reports reached her of riots in industrial cities, of troops called out to disperse angry crowds, of genuine fear among the property classes that Britain might follow France's revolutionary path. The young Queen, still in her early 20s, had to project confidence and stability even as advisers debated whether her safety could be guaranteed. But Victoria's Britain wasn't defined solely by industrial strife and social tension. This was also an era of remarkable creativity and intellectual ferment. Charles Dickens was publishing novels that exposed social injustices while entertaining millions. Scientists like Charles Darwin were developing theories that would revolutionize human understanding of the natural world. Engineers like Isambard Kingdom Brunel were building bridges, tunnels, and ships that pushed the boundaries of what seemed technically possible. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the spectacular Crystal Palace in Hyde Park, would come to symbolise British confidence in this era of innovation. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That triumph belongs to a later chapter, after Victoria had navigated one of the most significant transitions of her life. What's worth understanding about these early years of Victoria's reign is how much the role of monarchy itself was changing. Previous British monarchs had exercised real political power, choosing prime ministers and influencing policy directly. But by Victoria's time, the constitutional monarchy was evolving into something more symbolic, representing national unity and continuity rather than exercising direct governance. Victoria would spend her entire reign negotiating this delicate balance between influence and interference, between being above politics and being politically irrelevant. The young queen was learning that modern monarchy required a different kind of power than her ancestors had wielded. It was the power of example, of moral authority, of representing ideals and values that united disparate parts of an increasingly complex society. She was becoming less a ruler in the medieval sense and more a national symbol, though she would have bristled at being reduced to pure symbolism. Now, let's talk about Albert, because no story of Victoria can ignore the man who would transform both her personal life and her understanding of monarchy. But first, let's dispel the notion that this was some fairy tale romance from the start. Victoria's path to marriage was complicated by her position, her personality, and her initial reluctance to share the power she'd so recently acquired. When Victoria first met her cousin Albert of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha in 1836, before her accession, she found him pleasant enough but hardly overwhelming. He was handsome in a classical German way, tall, well-proportioned, with carefully combed hair and serious eyes, but he was also rather formal, got tired early at evening parties, and had the kind of earnest intellectual interest that 18-year-old Victoria found slightly boring. Their second meeting in 1839 produced dramatically different results. Victoria had been queen for 2 years and had grown accustomed to her independence. She wasn't particularly eager to marry and had made it clear to advisers that she would choose her own husband in her own time, thank you very much. When Albert visited Windsor Castle that October, Victoria took one look at him descending from his carriage and experienced what she would later describe as a complete change of heart. Albert had matured in the intervening years. He was 20 years old now, with a bearing that combined continental sophistication with genuine warmth. More importantly, he possessed qualities that Victoria's isolated upbringing had left her craving: intellectual depth, artistic sensibility, and a seriousness of purpose that matched her own growing sense of royal responsibility. Within days of his arrival, Victoria knew she wanted to marry him. Here's where the story gets charmingly complicated. As queen, Victoria had to propose to Albert, not the other way around. Constitutional protocol required it, and while this might sound like a modern romantic gesture, it actually placed Victoria in an awkward position. She had to risk rejection, had to articulate her feelings, and had to make herself vulnerable in a way that queens rarely had to experience. Victoria proposed to Albert on October 15th, 1839, in a private moment that she recorded in her journal with her characteristic enthusiasm and underlining. Albert accepted, and Victoria experienced a happiness that seemed to surprise her with its intensity. For someone who had spent years carefully maintaining royal dignity and emotional control, falling in love was both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. Their wedding in February 1840 was a relatively modest affair by royal standards. Victoria wore a white satin dress rather than traditional ermine and velvet robes, inadvertently setting a fashion trend that continues today. The ceremony at the Chapel Royal was beautiful but brief, and Victoria's journal entry that evening radiates contentment that feels both royal and utterly ordinary. The early years of Victoria and Albert's marriage represented a profound adjustment. For both of them, Victoria had been absolute in her household since becoming queen, answerable to no one, and accustomed to having her way. Now she had to navigate sharing her life with someone who had his own opinions, priorities, and vision for monarchy. Albert, meanwhile, had to figure out how to be consort to the most powerful woman in the world without either dominating her or being reduced to decorative irrelevance. The solution they eventually developed was a working partnership that would define both their marriage and Victoria's reign. Albert became Victoria's private secretary, political advisor, and intellectual companion. He brought organisational skills, artistic taste, and a progressive vision of monarchy's role in modern society that complemented Victoria's instinctive conservatism and emotional intensity. They worked together on official papers, discussed political issues, and jointly shaped the public image of the monarchy. But their partnership extended far beyond political collaboration. Albert introduced Victoria to serious art and music, took her to exhibitions and concerts, and encouraged her appreciation for culture and learning. He designed new palaces and gardens, reformed royal household management, and brought Germanic efficiency to what had been a somewhat chaotic English court. Under his influence, Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace became showcases of modern taste and artistic excellence. Their domestic life, away from state occasions and political duties, reveals the human warmth beneath the formal portraits. They had 9 children over 17 years, and while Victorian parenting seems somewhat distant by modern standards, their letters and journals show genuine affection for their growing family. They bought Osborne House on the Isle of Wight as a private retreat, and Albert designed much of it himself, a place where they could be relatively normal parents rather than queen and prince consort. Victoria discovered that marriage and motherhood didn't diminish her power but rather gave her new dimensions of understanding. She could be simultaneously a constitutional monarch managing complex political relationships and a wife dealing with the ordinary frustrations of married life. She was learning that strength comes in various forms, and that allowing herself to depend on Albert actually made her a more effective queen. Albert's influence on Victoria was profound but gradual. He softened some of her impulsiveness, encouraged her intellectual development, and helped her understand monarchy as a force for moral and social progress rather than simply political power. Under his guidance, Victoria became more thoughtful about her role in British society, and more conscious of the symbolic importance of royal behaviour and royal example. On December 14, 1861, Albert died of typhoid fever at Windsor Castle, and Victoria's world collapsed so completely that she would spend the rest of her life trying to put the pieces back together. He was only 42 years old. They had been married for 21 years. Victoria was 42 herself, still in what should have been the prime of her life, suddenly alone in a way that felt absolutely unbearable. The depth of Victoria's grief shocked even those who knew her well. This wasn't the dignified mourning expected of royalty. It was raw, overwhelming devastation that she made no attempt to hide or minimise. She withdrew from public life almost completely, spending months in darkened rooms wearing black that she would never stop wearing. She kept Albert's rooms exactly as they had been, with his clothes laid out daily and fresh water placed in his bedroom as if he might return at any moment. You need to understand that Victoria's mourning wasn't simply personal grief, though it was, certainly that. It was also the loss of the person who had helped her understand her role, who had been her intellectual companion and political advisor, and who had given structure and meaning to her reign. Without Albert, Victoria felt not just bereaved, but fundamentally lost, as if the map she'd been following had suddenly disappeared. The British public initially responded to Victoria's loss with genuine sympathy. Albert had grown popular during his lifetime, and people understood that the Queen had lost her husband. But as months stretched into years and Victoria remained in seclusion, public patience began wearing thin. People started questioning what they were paying taxes for if their monarch refused to appear in public or fulfill ceremonial duties. This was a crucial moment in the Victorian monarchy, though Victoria herself probably didn't see it that way through. Her grief. The British people were increasingly democratic in their expectations. They wanted a monarch who was visible, who participated in national life, and who gave them something tangible in return for the cost of maintaining royal households. Victoria's prolonged withdrawal created a crisis of legitimacy that would take years to resolve. Albert's death also revealed something about Victoria's character that had perhaps been obscured by their partnership, her remarkable capacity for endurance. Fewer people might have abdicated or completely collapsed under such profound loss. Victoria grieved intensely but continued working, continued managing government business, and continued being queen even when she felt incapable of being anything at all. It was resilience born not of strength but of duty. She kept going because stopping wasn't an option. Gradually, imperceptibly, Victoria began rebuilding herself around the absence at her centre. She couldn't replace Albert, didn't want to, but she learned to function without him. She relied increasingly on her Scottish servant John Brown, whose blunt Highland manner and lack of courtly deference provided a refreshing contrast to the careful circumspection of most royal attendants. Their friendship would scandalise polite society and fuel rumours that Victoria herself found both amusing and irritating. Benjamin Disraeli, who became Prime Minister in 1868, played a crucial role in drawing Victoria back into public life. He understood that the Queen responded to flattery, personal attention, and appeals to her sense of duty. Where others had tried to argue Victoria into resuming her responsibilities, Disraeli charmed her into it, writing her flattering letters and treating state business as secrets shared between friends. It was manipulation, certainly, but manipulation in service of both Victoria's well-being and the monarchy's survival. By the early 1870s, Victoria was gradually returning to public visibility, though she never fully resumed the active social life of her early reign. She held courts and levees, appeared at state occasions and showed herself to her subjects with increasing frequency, but she also maintained boundaries that would have been unthinkable earlier in her reign, refusing to participate in events she found too demanding or emotionally difficult. What emerged from this long period of grief was a different kind of monarchy than Britain had known before. Victoria had learned that she could be queen without being constantly visible, that her symbolic importance didn't require her physical presence at every ceremonial occasion. She was pioneering a more private model of monarchy that would influence how future British royals balanced public duty with personal life. The experience of profound loss also gave Victoria a deeper empathy for her subjects' sufferings. When disaster struck, mining accidents, factory fires, shipwrecks, Victoria's messages of condolence carried genuine feeling born from her own experience of grief. She understood, in a way she perhaps hadn't earlier, that being queen meant bearing witness to both the joys and sorrows of an entire nation. Victoria's black mourning dress became iconic, transforming from a personal expression of loss into a symbol of Victorian propriety and emotional depth. She was demonstrating that grief deserved respect and time, and that rushing through sorrow or hiding it away wasn't necessary or healthy. In an era that often demanded emotional restraint, Victoria's prolonged mourning gave permission for others to grieve openly and honestly. While Victoria mourned and gradually returned to public life, the world that bore her name was transforming with a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. The Victorian era, that period from 1837 to 1901, became synonymous with progress, innovation, and the particular combination of moral earnestness and material ambition that characterised 19th century Britain. Let's start with the physical transformation of daily life, because this is where Victorian innovation becomes tangible and real. The gaslight that had been a luxury in Victoria's youth became standard in middle-class homes by mid-century. Telegraph wires spread across continents, allowing near instantaneous communication over distances that had previously required weeks of travel. Photography evolved from daguerreotype curiosities to commonplace documentation of ordinary life. Each of these changes sounds modest in isolation, but together they revolutionized how people experience time, space, and possibility. The Great Exhibition of 1851, that triumph that Albert had championed and organized, captured Victorian optimism at its zenith. The Crystal Palace itself, a massive structure of iron and glass housing exhibits from around the world, demonstrated both British engineering prowess and industrial confidence. Over 6 million people visited during its months of operation, including Victoria herself, who attended numerous times and recorded her wonder in journals that bubble with exclamation marks. But the Victorian world was never as uniformly progressive as its champions claimed. Beneath the gleaming innovations and expanding empire lay persistent poverty, exploitation, and inequality that reformers spent decades trying to address. The same industrial system that created unprecedented wealth also created urban slums where children died of preventable diseases and workers endured conditions that would be illegal today. Victorian Britain was simultaneously the workshop of the world and a society where many workers could barely afford to feed their families. Victorian social reformers attacked these problems with characteristic energy and moral certainty. The Factory Acts gradually limited child labour and improved working conditions. Public health reforms brought clean water and proper sewage systems to cities where cholera had been a regular visitor. Compulsory Education Acts ensured that children received at least basic schooling rather than spending their entire childhoods in factories or mines. Progress was real but frustratingly slow, and the Victorian compromise between capitalism and compassion never fully resolved its internal contradictions. The British Empire expanded dramatically during Victoria's reign, reaching its greatest extent and transforming Britain into the predominant global power. India became the crown jewel after the 1857 rebellion led to direct British rule, and Victoria would eventually take the title Empress of India in 1876. Africa was carved up in the scramble for colonies that mixed missionary zeal, commercial ambition, and strategic calculation in roughly equal measure. The familiar pink-coloured territories on world maps expanded until Britain controlled roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and population. Victoria's personal relationship with this empire was complex and somewhat contradictory. She took genuine interest in her colonial subjects, corresponded with Indian servants and African chiefs, and seemed to believe sincerely in Britain's civilizing mission. Yet she also supported policies that enforced British dominance through military force and economic exploitation. Like many Victorians, she combined humanitarian sentiment with imperial assumptions, never quite recognising the contradiction between promoting Christian values and maintaining colonial hierarchies. The Victorian approach to social issues combined moral earnestness with practical reform in ways that feel both admirable and frustrating from our modern perspective. Victorians believed intensely in personal responsibility, self-improvement, and moral rectitude, which sometimes translated into judgmental attitudes toward poverty and suffering. Yet they also created institutions, hospitals, orphanages, schools, libraries, that genuinely improved lives and expanded opportunities for millions of people. Victorian culture celebrated domesticity and family life with an intensity that shaped expectations for generations. The ideal Victorian home became a sanctuary from the harsh commercial world, with the wife, mother as its moral centre, and the husband, father as provider and protector. Victoria and Albert's own family life became the model for this domestic ideal, their image reproduced in countless prints and photographs that brought royal domesticity into ordinary British homes. But this idealised domesticity obscured complicated realities. Victorian families could be sites of genuine warmth and affection, but also of patriarchal control and hidden dysfunction. The emphasis on propriety and respectability sometimes meant that problems, domestic violence, addiction, mental illness, were hidden rather than addressed. The Victorian home was simultaneously a real source of comfort and a performance of values that didn't always match lived experience. Victorian literature and art captured both the confidence and anxiety of this transforming era. Dickens exposed social injustices while entertaining middle-class readers. The Bronte sisters explored women's inner lives and passionate emotions beneath respectable surfaces. Tennyson's poetry combined medieval romance with Victorian doubt. The Pre-Raphaelite painters rejected industrial ugliness in favour of medieval-inspired beauty, while inadvertently creating some of the era's most iconic images. Science and religion engaged in increasingly fraught dialogue as discoveries challenged traditional beliefs. Darwin's theory of evolution, published in 1859, forced Victorians to reconsider humanity's place in nature and relationship to the divine. Geological discoveries revealed an Earth far older than biblical chronology suggested. Victoria herself remained conventionally religious. But many of her subjects were wrestling with faith in ways that earlier generations hadn't confronted. As Victoria aged into her 70s and 80s, she transformed from the Widow of Windsor into something approaching a living monument. The Jubilees celebrating her reign, the Golden Jubilee in 1887 marking 50 years, and the Diamond Jubilee in 1897 marking 60 years, became occasions for national celebration that transcended simple royal pageantry. People who had never known any other monarch-lined streets to glimpse this small, stout, elderly woman who had somehow become synonymous with their entire era. The Golden Jubilee in 1887 revealed the complexity of Victoria's relationship with her subjects. She was genuinely moved by the outpouring of affection, surprised that people still cared after her long years of semi-seclusion. The procession through London streets showed her an empire at its height. Representatives from India, Africa, the Caribbean, and all the pink territories on the map gathering to honour their queen. Victoria recorded her emotions in journals that capture both pride in Britain's achievements and a certain weary awareness that time was passing and she was part of history rather than simply living it. By this point, Victoria had served as queen for 5 decades, longer than most of her subjects' entire lifetimes. She had outlived most of her contemporaries, seen technologies transform from curiosities to commonplace, and witnessed social changes that would have astonished her 18-year-old self. She was the last living link to a Britain that had been predominantly rural, pre-industrial, and more socially stratified than the rapidly modernising country of the 1880s and 1890s. Victoria's political influence in these later years operated through personal relationships rather than constitutional authority. She had become an expert at managing prime ministers through a combination of personal charm, emotional appeal, and occasional outright manipulation. She knew she couldn't directly control policy anymore. Constitutional monarchy had evolved beyond that. But she could influence, suggest, and sometimes obstruct through the careful application of royal prerogative and personal persuasion. Her relationships with her prime ministers revealed different facets of her character. Gladstone, the great liberal statesman, irritated her intensely with his earnest moralising and tendency to treat her like a public meeting rather than a person. Disraeli, meanwhile, had discovered the key to managing Victoria. Treat her as a woman first and a queen second, flatter her shamelessly, and make governance seem like an intimate collaboration. The contrast between these relationships showed how much Victoria valued personal attention and emotional connection alongside political competence. The family Victoria and Albert had created now sprawled across European royalty. Her children and grandchildren had married into virtually every royal house on the continent, earning Victoria the nickname Grandmother of Europe. This dynastic network gave her personal stakes in European politics and created family connections that would be tested tragically in the wars of the early 20th century. When Victoria gathered her extended family for her Diamond Jubilee, the photographs captured a moment of European royalty that would never come again. Many of these relatives would be fighting each other within 2 decades. Victoria's later years also saw her becoming increasingly concerned with her legacy and how history would remember her. She commissioned official biographies, carefully edited her journals for eventual publication, and tried to shape the narrative of her reign. She wanted to be remembered not just as the queen who presided over British expansion, but as someone who had tried to rule conscientiously and care for her subjects' welfare. Whether history would grant her this legacy remained uncertain even as she worked to secure it. The Diamond Jubilee in 1897 was even more spectacular than the Golden Jubilee, a global celebration of empire and monarchy that brought representatives from across the world to honour the ageing queen. Victoria, now unable to walk easily and suffering from various ailments, participated in the festivities with characteristic determination. She appeared in an open carriage, acknowledging cheering crowds with the regal bearing she had cultivated over 6 decades of practice. But beneath the pageantry and celebration, careful observers could see signs of an era ending. The Victorian certainties, faith in progress, confidence in empire, belief in British supremacy, were beginning to fray at the edges. The Boer War at the end of the 1890s revealed military weaknesses and moral complications that challenged assumptions about British righteousness. Social movements were demanding changes: women's suffrage, workers' rights, Irish Home Rule that threatened established hierarchies. The world was shifting beneath Victoria's feet, moving toward a 20th century that would look very different from the Victorian age. Victoria's health declined gradually through the final years of the 1890s. She suffered from rheumatism, had difficulty with her eyesight, and tired easily. But she continued working, continued managing her household and following political developments, and continued being queen because that's what she had done for most of her conscious life. The role had become so fundamental to her identity that separating Victoria the person from Victoria the Queen was essentially impossible. Victoria died on January 22nd, 1901, at Osborne House, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. She was 81 years old and had been queen for 63 years, longer than any British monarch before her, and longer than most would have thought possible when she ascended at 18. Her passing marked the end not just of a reign, but of the entire 19th century, as if history itself had been waiting for her to finish before moving forward. The funeral procession through London streets drew enormous crowds of people who had never known any other monarch. Victoria had been queen when their grandparents were young, and had been a constant presence through all the transformations of the Victorian age. Her death felt like the closing of an era, and in many ways it was. The Edwardian period that followed would have a different character, a lighter tone, and a sense of living in the calm before a storm that would arrive with World War I. But what exactly was Victoria's legacy? This question has occupied historians ever since, and the answers are as complex as Victoria herself. She didn't create the Victorian age, it was named after her, not by her, but she helped shape its character and came to embody its values. Her influence operated less through direct political action than through moral example and symbolic representation of what Victorians believed about duty, family, and national purpose. Victoria's model of constitutional monarchy influenced how future British royals would understand their role. She demonstrated that monarchs could remain politically relevant without directly exercising political power, and that symbolic importance could be as significant as constitutional authority. The modern British monarchy, with its carefully calibrated balance between tradition and adaptation, public visibility and private life, owes much to patterns Victoria established during her long reign. Her commitment to duty, even through profound personal loss, set a standard that subsequent monarchs have tried to emulate. Victoria showed that royalty meant service rather than simply privilege, that being queen required personal sacrifice and consistent dedication to responsibilities that couldn't be delegated or escaped. When Elizabeth II would later speak about dedicating her life to royal service, she was echoing patterns Victoria had established more than a century earlier. The Victorian emphasis on domesticity and family values, which Victoria and Albert had modelled so publicly, influenced British society for generations. The ideal of the respectable middle-class family, morally upright, hard-working, devoted to self-improvement, became a cultural touchstone that persisted well into the 20th century. Whether this influence was entirely positive is debatable, but its reality is undeniable. Victoria's relationship with empire remains perhaps the most complicated aspect of her legacy. The British Empire reached its greatest extent during her reign, and she took the title Empress of India in a period when European imperialism was intensifying. Modern perspectives recognise the exploitation and violence inherent in imperial expansion in ways that Victorians generally didn't, creating a legacy that can't be celebrated uncritically. Victoria's genuine interest in colonial subjects doesn't erase the structural inequalities of the system she represented. The Victorian age's emphasis on progress and improvement, while sometimes producing self-righteous hypocrisy, also drove genuine reforms that expanded opportunities and improved lives. The Factory Acts, public health reforms, and education expansion, these weren't simply top-down impositions, but reflected Victorian beliefs about social responsibility and the possibility of making things better. Victoria's support for these reforms, however inconsistent, aligned monarchy with progressive causes in ways that enhanced royal legitimacy. Perhaps Victoria's most enduring personal legacy is simply how long and consistently she performed the role of Queen, 63 years of dutiful service created a sense of continuity and stability that helped Britain navigate the massive social and economic transformations of the 19th century. People might disagree about policies or disapprove of royal behaviour, but they knew Victoria would still be Queen tomorrow, providing a fixed point in a changing world. The Victorian world that carried her name, with its particular combination of moral, earnestness and material ambition, its faith in progress and anxiety about change, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent social inequalities, reflected broader forces than any single person could create. But Victoria's long presence helped it give this era a sense of coherence and identity that it might not otherwise have possessed. In the end, Victoria's legacy is less about specific policies or political decisions than about demonstrating how monarchy could adapt to modern conditions without losing its essential character. She showed that royalty could be simultaneously ordinary and exceptional, that queens could be wives and mothers without diminishing their authority, and that monarchy could survive by evolving rather than by insisting on unchanging tradition. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps the most valuable thing to understand about Victoria is how thoroughly human she remained despite spending most of her life in positions that discouraged normal human feelings. She was someone who laughed easily, cried openly, loved deeply, and grieved without reservation, the qualities that made her an effective monarch: her sense of duty, her emotional honesty, her capacity for both firmness and compassion, weren't royal attributes but human ones, just applied on a larger stage. Victoria's journals, which she kept throughout her adult life, reveal a woman of genuine feeling and complexity. She could be petty and vindictive, generous and warm-hearted, intellectually curious and frustratingly stubborn, often all on the same day. She experienced the ordinary struggles of marriage and parenthood, the universal sorrows of loss and aging, and the common human needs for love, purpose and recognition. The difference was that she experienced these things while being queen, which complicated everything without changing the fundamental emotional truths. Think about young Victoria, 18 years old and suddenly queen, navigating responsibilities she hadn't been prepared for with nothing but her own intelligence and determination to guide her. Think about Victoria in love, discovering that being queen didn't protect her from the vulnerability and joy of romantic attachment. Think about Victoria grieving, demonstrating that profound loss doesn't respect rank or position. Think about elderly Victoria, looking back on 6 decades of service and wondering if she'd done enough, made the right choices and fulfilled her purposes. What made Victoria remarkable wasn't that she transcended human limitations, but that she worked within them while carrying responsibilities that would have overwhelmed many people. She was often wrong, sometimes petty, and occasionally stubborn beyond reason. She held views on empire and social hierarchy that we now recognise as profoundly flawed, but she also showed up, did the work, and kept going through personal tragedies that might have justified giving up entirely. The Victorian age ended officially with Victoria's death in 1901, but its influence continued shaping British society and culture for decades afterward. The values Victoria represented, duty, family, moral earnestness, faith in progress, continued informing British identity, even as the 20th century challenged and sometimes overturned them. When people speak about Victorian values, they're often referring less to historical reality than to an idealised image that Victoria herself helped create through the example of her life and reign. Your own life probably contains more Victorian influence than you realise. The expectation that work should be meaningful and contribute to something larger than yourself, that's partly Victorian. The ideal that families should provide emotional warmth alongside practical support, Victoria and Albert helped popularise that model. The belief that individuals can improve themselves through education and effort, thoroughly Victorian. Even your assumptions about privacy, domesticity, and the separation between public and private life owe something to patterns established during Victoria's era. The photographs of Victoria that survive, and she was one of the most photographed people of the 19th century, show a progression that captures both personal ageing and historical change. Early photographs show a young woman with soft features and elaborate hairstyles, still recognisably the girl who became queen. Middle-age photographs capture someone more substantial, confident in her position, and comfortable with authority. Late photographs show an elderly woman in black, stern-faced and dignified, looking like everyone's formidable grandmother, who nonetheless might surprise you with unexpected humour or tenderness. But photographs can't capture everything. They don't show Victoria's laugh, which contemporaries described as full and genuine. They don't reveal her speaking voice, which was apparently musical and pleasant. They don't capture her handwriting in journals and letters, where her personality comes through in exclamation marks, underlined words, and passages that radiate emotion. The Victoria of photographs is frozen, formal, and preserved. But the real Victoria was animated by feelings, thoughts, and experiences that no image could fully contain. Victoria's relationship with her own legacy was complicated by her awareness that she was becoming a historical figure while still living. She knew that historians would analyse her reign, that her journals would be read by people who never knew her, and that her life would become material for interpretation and judgment. This awareness made her self-conscious in ways that earlier monarchs hadn't been, trying to shape how she would be remembered even as events continued to unfold. The Victorian era's combination of progress and limitation, of expanding possibilities, alongside persistent inequalities, reflects tensions that remain unresolved in modern societies. We still wrestle with questions about how to balance individual freedom with social responsibility, how to pursue economic growth while protecting human welfare, and how to honour tradition while embracing necessary change. These aren't uniquely Victorian dilemmas, but Victorians confronted them with a directness and moral seriousness that makes their struggles feel relevant to contemporary concerns. Victoria's influence on the British monarchy specifically created patterns that persist today: the emphasis on family values and moral example, the careful balance between visibility and privacy, and the sense that royalty represents national continuity and shared values. All of these reflect Victorian precedents. When modern royals engage in charitable work, support social causes, or present themselves as devoted family members, they're following a template that Victoria helped establish. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Victoria is simply that she remained recognisably herself throughout her long reign. She didn't become a different person when she became queen, and she didn't lose her essential character through 6 decades of performing a role that might have consumed a weaker personality. The woman who died at 81 retained fundamental qualities of the girl who became queen at 18. The emotional intensity, the strong opinions, the capacity for deep feeling, and the sense of duty combined with genuine humanity. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider this. Victoria lived through a period of change more profound than most humans experience in their lifetimes. She was born in a world of horse-drawn carriages and candlelight, and died in a world of automobiles and electric lights. She witnessed the transformation of Britain from an agricultural society to an industrial powerhouse, saw science challenge religious certainties, and watched as democratic movements reshaped political expectations. Through all these changes, she provided a sense of continuity and stability that helped people navigate uncertainty. The small bedroom at Osborne House, where Victoria spent her final hours, has been preserved much as it was. You can visit it today and see the simple iron bed where she died, the view across to the Isle of Wight that she loved, and the domestic simplicity she preferred in her private spaces. It's a reminder that even queens die in ordinary rooms, that the trappings of monarchy fall away at the end, leaving only the human person facing the universal human experience of mortality. Victoria's children and grandchildren gathered around her deathbed, creating a scene that mixed royal protocol with genuine family grief. Her son, who would become Edward VII, held one hand while her grandson, the future German Kaiser Wilhelm II, supported her other arm. It was a moment when the personal and the political, the maternal and the monarchical, and the intimate and the historical all converged into a single experience that was simultaneously unique and universal. In her final months, Victoria reportedly said that she didn't want to die. She felt she still had work to do, responsibilities to fulfill and purposes to serve. It's a sentiment that captures something essential about her character. The sense that life meant service, that having privileges required giving something back, and that being queen was ultimately about duty rather than power. Whether you agree with her vision of monarchy or not, there's something admirable about someone who remained committed to their responsibilities literally until their final breath. The world Victoria left behind in 1901 was vastly different from the one she'd inherited in 1837. Britain had become the world's dominant industrial and imperial power. Science and technology had transformed daily life in ways that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations. Social reforms had expanded rights and opportunities for millions of people. The Victorian age, with all its achievements and limitations, its progress and problems, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent injustices, had reshaped not just Britain but much of the world. But Victoria's most personal legacy might be the example she provided of resilience in the face of loss, her determination to continue being queen after Albert's death, to find meaning and purpose despite overwhelming grief, and to serve others even while mourning privately. This demonstration of human strength in the face of devastation has resonated with people for generations. Victoria showed that you can be profoundly damaged by loss without being destroyed by it, that grief and duty can coexist, and that broken hearts can continue beating. As the last words of this story settle around you like a soft blanket, think about what Victoria's life represents beyond the historical facts and royal pageantry. Here was someone who spent most of her life performing a role that demanded constant public presence, while trying to maintain some private sense of self. She had to be simultaneously a symbol and a person, both ordinary and exceptional, human and institutional. Victoria's story reminds us that leadership, whether of nations or simply of our own lives, requires showing up consistently even when we don't, feel capable, continuing to work even when motivation fades, and finding ways to serve purposes larger than ourselves, even as we attend to personal needs and desires. These aren't uniquely royal challenges, but universal human ones, just played out on a particularly visible stage. The Victorian age that bore her name was ultimately about people trying to navigate rapid change while holding on to values they believed important. That challenge hasn't disappeared. If anything, it's more intense in our contemporary world of even faster technological and social transformation. Victoria's example suggests that maintaining core commitments while adapting to new circumstances isn't a contradiction but a necessity, that change and continuity can coexist, and that progress doesn't require abandoning everything that came before. When you wake tomorrow morning and go about your daily life, you'll be participating in a world that Victoria helped shape. The calendar you check has remnants of Victorian timekeeping reforms. The institutions you interact with, schools, hospitals, libraries, many were established or transformed during her era. The assumptions you carry about family, work, privacy, and public life all bear traces of Victorian influence. History isn't something that happened in the past and ended. It's a continuous stream that flows through the present, connecting us to people we never knew, but whose choices still affect our lives. Victoria would probably be both amazed and somewhat bewildered by the 21st century world. The technology would astonish her. The social changes would challenge many of her assumptions, and the transformed role of monarchy would likely confuse someone who understood royal authority very differently. But she might also recognise continuities. People still fall in love, still grieve losses, still struggle with balancing personal desires and public responsibilities, and still wonder if their lives matter and what they'll leave behind. The Queen, who once was a young girl waking up to learn she ruled an empire, who fell in love and raised children and grieved unbearably and kept working anyway, who grew old watching the world transform around her. She's been gone for over a century now, but something of her persists. In institutions she influenced, in patterns she established, and in the example she provided of someone trying to live honourably within the constraints of their circumstances. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, you're participating in a ritual as old as humanity. The telling of stories about people who came before us, trying to understand what their lives mean and what we can learn from them. Victoria's story is ultimately about an ordinary person given extraordinary responsibilities and finding within herself the resources to meet them imperfectly but persistently. It's a story about love and loss, duty and resilience, the weight of expectations, and the relief of finally laying them down. Sleep well, knowing that the challenges Victoria faced, how to live authentically while meeting others' expectations, how to maintain purpose through changing circumstances, how to balance personal needs with public responsibilities, how to keep going when loss makes continuing seem impossible. These challenges connect you across the centuries to a small woman in black who was once queen of half the world and who, despite everything, remained fundamentally human until the end. The Victorian age is gone, but Victoria herself remains present in memory, in influence, and in the example of a life lived with determination, feeling, and an unshakable sense that duty matters, love matters, and showing up every day even when it's hard matters most of all. Rest easy, and may your dreams be gentle. Imagine the Midwest in 1911, before the world knew about world wars or television or the atomic age. The air in Dixon, Illinois, smelled like fresh bread from the bakery downstairs and honest dirt from farms that stretched to every horizon. This was a town where people knew their neighbours' business not from social media, but from actually talking over backyard fences, where the biggest entertainment might be a travelling salesman's stories or a Saturday picture show. Into this world came Ronald Wilson Reagan on February 6, 1911, in a small apartment where winter drafts snuck through window frames and summer heat made sleep difficult. His mother, Nell, called him her little Dutchman because of his chubby face and the way his dark hair stood up in the morning. The nickname stuck, shortened eventually to just Dutch, a name that would follow him through childhood, through lifeguard summers, and into his early career. Dutch's father, Jack, was an Irish Catholic shoe salesman with dreams that always seemed just slightly out of reach, like trying to catch dandelion seeds on the wind. Jack had the gift of storytelling, that particularly Irish ability to make even a failed sales call sound like an adventure. But he also had a weakness for whiskey that would shape young Dutch's understanding of both compassion and disappointment. You have to picture Dutch as a boy, maybe 9 or 10 years old, coming home from school on a February afternoon when the Illinois cold could freeze your breath into visible clouds. He found his father passed out on the front porch, smelling of alcohol and failure. Most children might have run for help or broken down crying. Dutch grabbed his father under the arms and dragged him inside, away from the neighbours' eyes and the killing cold. That moment, choosing dignity over shame, action over despair, would become a pattern. Dutch learned early that you could love someone despite their failings, that kindness didn't require approval, and that some situations demanded quiet competence rather than dramatic gestures. His mother, Nell, provided the counterbalance to Jack's unreliability. She was a woman of fierce Protestant faith who saw goodness as something you practiced daily, like scales on a piano. Nell volunteered at hospitals, visited prisoners, and somehow stretched Jack's irregular paychecks to feed her family while occasionally helping even poorer neighbours. She also loved amateur theatre with the passion that some people reserve for religion. Nell would take Dutch to church performances and community theatre productions in venues that smelled of old wood and dusty velvet curtains. She taught him to memorise passages from the Bible and poems by heart, training his memory the way athletes train muscles. Without knowing it, she was preparing him for a life where words and their delivery would become his greatest tools. Dutch's eyesight was terrible. He was profoundly nearsighted in an era before vision problems were routinely tested in children. The world beyond a few feet was a colourful blur, which meant he learned to navigate life by reading people's tones and body language rather than their facial expressions. When he finally got glasses at 13, the sharp clarity of the world startled him. Trees had individual leaves, buildings had texture, people had detailed faces, This experience of seeing the world transform from an impressionistic blur to sharp detail created a peculiar way of perceiving reality. Dutch learned that sometimes the big picture, the shapes and movements and general impressions, mattered more than obsessive focus on small details. It was a mindset that would serve him well as an executive, though it would frustrate those who wanted him to dive into policy minutiae. The Rock River ran through Dixon like a liquid promise, its current swift enough to make swimming a genuine challenge. Dutch spent 7 summers working as a lifeguard at Lowell Park, stationed on a high wooden chair that gave him a view of the beach and the swimmers. He kept a log of every rescue, 77 people over 7 years, each one marked with a notch carved into a fallen log. Picture those long summer days, the sun heating the wooden platform beneath his feet, the smell of suntan lotion and river water, and the constant scanning of the swimming area for signs of distress. Being a lifeguard taught Dutch to watch for trouble before it became a crisis, to project calm authority even when your heart was racing, and to understand that preventing disaster was better than heroically responding to it. The work also taught him something about recognition and gratitude. Some people he rescued thanked him profusely. Others seemed almost resentful that they'd needed help. Most forgot about him within days. It was an early lesson that doing the right thing didn't guarantee appreciation, and that you had to find satisfaction in the action itself rather than in other people's responses. Dixon was small enough that everyone knew everyone, but diverse enough to teach Dutch that America wasn't a single story but a collection of them. There were immigrant families who spoke with accents, black families who faced discrimination that troubled Dutch even as a boy, working-class labourers and prosperous merchants, devout churchgoers and skeptics. This small town contained multitudes, and Dutch absorbed them all. You know that moment when you discover the thing you're genuinely good at? Not just competent, but naturally gifted in a way that makes difficult tasks feel effortless. For Dutch Reagan, that moment came in front of a microphone at a small radio station in Iowa. After graduating from Eureka College, a tiny school where he'd played football with more enthusiasm than skill and performed in school plays with growing confidence, Dutch needed a job in the depths of the Great Depression. Work was as scarce as compassion in a collection agency, but Dutch had an idea. Radio was exploding across America, bringing voices into living rooms from farms to cities, and Dutch believed he could be one of those voices. His first break came at WOC in Davenport, Iowa, where a station manager gave him a test. Recreate a football game from memory, making it exciting enough to hold listeners' attention. Dutch closed his eyes and described a game he'd watched at Eureka, his voice rising and falling with the action, painting pictures with nothing but words and enthusiasm. The manager hired him on the spot. From there, Dutch moved to WHO in Des Moines, a larger station with a stronger signal that reached across the Midwest. His specialty became broadcasting Chicago Cubs baseball games. But here's the thing that makes you smile. He usually wasn't at the games. Instead, he sat in a studio while an assistant received telegraphed updates of plays as they happened. Dutch would take those bare-bones facts, grumble to shore out at first, and turn them into vivid narratives. Imagine sitting in that studio with him. The telegraph machine clicks out its spare information. Dutch leans into the microphone, his voice warm and confident, describing the crack of the bat, the trajectory of the ball, the shortstop's athletic dive, and the desperate throw to first base that beats the runner by half a step. He's making up the details, but they're the details that make the game come alive in listeners' imaginations. Once, the telegraph line went dead during a critical at-bat. Without missing a beat, Dutch had the batter foul off pitch after pitch after pitch, describing each one with creative variation, stalling for what must have felt like forever until the line came back. When it did, he learned the batter had popped out on the first pitch, but his listeners never knew about the technical difficulty. They just remembered an exciting at-bat. This wasn't dishonesty exactly. It was storytelling. Dutch was learning that the emotional truth of a story sometimes mattered more than its granular accuracy. He was discovering that communication was about creating shared understanding and feeling, not just transmitting data. These were lessons that would shape his entire approach to public speaking. The radio years taught Dutch to use his voice like an instrument. He learned which words had weight and which ones needed to be touched lightly. He discovered that pauses could be more powerful than speech, that enthusiasm was contagious through airwaves, and that you could make people see things they weren't looking at and feel things they weren't experiencing. Working in radio also gave Dutch a peculiar relationship with fame. People across the Midwest knew his voice intimately. It came into their homes, accompanied their meals, and provided company during lonely evenings. But they didn't know his face. He could walk down streets and towns where thousands knew him, and nobody would recognize him. It was a kind of fame that felt both real and phantom. Des Moines in those days was a city of tree-lined streets and a slower pace of life than the coasts. Dutch would walk to work in the mornings, watching the city wake up, and walk home in the evenings as streetlights flickered on. He was successful enough to afford a nice apartment and a car, solid middle-class achievements during the Depression when many people were struggling to survive. But Dutch had Hollywood dreams scratching at the back of his mind like a persistent itch. He'd grown up watching movies in that Dixon theatre, and later at Eureka he'd discovered he enjoyed performing. Radio had taught him about voice and timing, but he wanted to see if he could translate those skills to the screen. The Cubs' spring training in California gave him the excuse he needed. Picture Los Angeles in 1937, a city of palm trees and possibility, where swimming pools reflected impossibly blue skies, and the dream of stardom was as common as smog. Dutch arrived in Southern California with the Cubs for spring training and decided to take his shot at the movies. Through a contact from his radio days, he got a screen test at Warner Brothers. The studio system back then was like a dream factory designed by accountants. Warner Brothers had hundreds of actors under contract churning out movies with the efficiency of an automobile assembly line. Most contract players would appear in dozens of films without ever becoming stars. They'd be the second detective, the friend of the lead, or the handsome background figure in crowd scenes. Dutch's screen test went well enough that Warner Brothers offered him a contract, though they insisted on one change. Dutch Reagan didn't sound like a movie star. He'd need to use his actual first name, Ronald. And so, Ronald Reagan was born as a public identity, though friends and family would continue calling him Dutch for decades. His early movies were what Hollywood called B-pictures, low-budget productions that filled out the bottom half of double features. Ronald would film multiple movies in quick succession, learning his craft the way apprentices once learned trades, by doing the work over and over until competence became instinct. He played reporters, soldiers, small-town heroes, occasionally a villain, and once even portrayed George Gipp, the legendary Notre Dame football player, in a scene with Pat O'Brien that would follow him the rest of his life. The Gipper scene, where Reagan's character gives a dying pep talk asking his team to win one for the Gipper, became the role most associated with his Hollywood career. It's ironic that this brief scene in a modestly successful film would become more famous than anything else he did in movies. Reagan himself would later use the Gipper reference in political speeches, fully aware of its emotional resonance even as he gently mocked his own myth-making. Hollywood life had its own rhythm. Reagan would wake before dawn, drive to the studio while the city was still quiet, spend hours in makeup and wardrobe, film scenes that might last seconds on screen, and then repeat the process day after day. It was less glamorous than audiences imagined, more like factory work with better lighting, but there were compensations. Reagan earned good money, enough to support his parents and save for the future. He met interesting people from around the world who'd been drawn to Hollywood's gravitational pull. He learned about lighting and camera angles, discovering how the lens could make someone appear heroic or vulnerable, confident or uncertain, simply through positioning and illumination. He also met Jane Wyman, an actress with talent and ambition, who was determined to become a serious dramatic performer. Their marriage in 1940 seemed like the natural progression of two young people building careers in the same industry. They had a daughter, Maureen, and adopted a son, Michael, creating what looked from outside like a picture-perfect Hollywood family. World War II interrupted Reagan's Hollywood ascent. His terrible eyesight kept him from combat duty. But he spent the war years making training films for the Army Air Corps, remaining stationed in California, but wearing a uniform and contributing to the war effort through his particular skills. It was a strange kind of service, playing soldier while real soldiers fought overseas, but the training films he helped create served genuine purposes in preparing air crews for combat. Those war years showed Reagan something important about the power of film as communication. A well-made training film could teach complex procedures more effectively than manuals. It could prepare men for the psychological challenges of combat. It could save lives by helping people visualize dangerous situations before encountering them. Film wasn't just entertainment. It was a tool for education and persuasion. After the war, Reagan returned to making movies, but Hollywood was changing. The studio system was beginning to crack. Television was starting to eat away at movie audiences. Reagan found himself increasingly interested in the business side of the industry, serving as president of the Screen Actors Guild and negotiating with studios over contracts and working conditions. The SAG presidency introduced Reagan to a different kind of performance: labour negotiations, political manoeuvring, and building coalitions among people with competing interests. He discovered he was good at it. The same skills that made him effective on camera translated surprisingly well to conference rooms and negotiating sessions. His marriage to Jane Wyman ended during this period, not with dramatic confrontation, but with the slow dissolution of two people growing in different directions. She wanted to focus on serious dramatic roles, and resented the time Reagan spent on guild business. He was increasingly engaged with politics and industry issues that didn't interest her. The divorce was civilized but painful, leaving Reagan with another experience of failure that he handled with the same quiet dignity he'd shown dragging his father inside years before. Sometimes the right person arrives exactly when you need them most, though you might not recognize it immediately. For Ronald Reagan, that person was Nancy Davis, a young actress who came to him with a problem. Her name was appearing on communist sympathising petitions she'd never signed, threatening her career in an era when such accusations could be professionally fatal. Reagan, still serving as SAG president, helped sort out the confusion. It was a different Nancy Davis, and suggested dinner to explain the situation. That dinner led to another, and then another, and what began as professional courtesy transformed into something deeper. Nancy saw in Reagan something many people missed. Beneath the easy charm and ready smile was a man of genuine kindness and surprising depth. They married in 1952, in a small ceremony so low-key that Reagan's best man had to be pulled from the restaurant where they planned to have their wedding lunch. Nancy brought to the marriage a fierce protectiveness and a clarity about what mattered. She wasn't interested in Reagan's continuing acting career or his guild activities. She was interested in him, in building a life together, and in creating the home that had always felt slightly provisional in his first marriage. Picture their life in Pacific Palisades, a ranch-style house with a view, 2 children, Patty, born in 1952, and Ron, born in 1958, and the comfortable routines of successful upper-middle-class life in 1950s California. Reagan was making decent money hosting General Electric Theatre on television, a job that paid better than most of his movie roles and required far less time on set. The GE job came with an unusual requirement. Reagan would tour GE factories and facilities around the country, giving talks to employees about free enterprise, the dangers of excessive government regulation, and the virtues of American individualism. It was ostensibly corporate cheerleading, but it became Reagan's political education by immersion. Imagine Reagan walking through factory floors, the smell of machine oil and hot metal, the noise of production lines, and the faces of workers taking their lunch breaks to hear some TV personality talk about economic philosophy. He gave these talks hundreds of times, refining his message with each repetition, learning what resonated and what fell flat, and discovering that he could connect with audiences through humour and storytelling rather than abstract theory. Those factory talks transformed Reagan's understanding of politics. He'd been a Democrat his entire life, a supporter of Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal. But repeated exposure to workers who complained about taxes, regulations, and government inefficiency began shifting his perspective. He was learning conservatism not from books but from conversations, absorbing it through experience rather than ideology. His political evolution was like a photograph developing in solution, gradual, irreversible, and eventually undeniable. By the early 1960s, Reagan had re-registered as a Republican, though many of his old Hollywood friends viewed this as either betrayal or delusion. How could someone who'd grown up in the Depression, who'd seen poverty firsthand, and who'd been a union president embrace conservative politics? Reagan's answer would have been that he hadn't changed. The world had. The liberalism of Roosevelt had been about helping the struggling middle class. Modern liberalism, in Reagan's view, had become about expanding government for its own sake, creating dependency rather than opportunity. Whether this analysis was accurate is debatable, but Reagan believed it sincerely. In 1964, Reagan gave a televised speech in support of Barry Goldwater's presidential campaign. The speech, which Reagan had been polishing during his GE years, laid out a vision of limited government, individual freedom, and American exceptionalism that electrified conservative audiences. Goldwater lost the election badly, but Reagan's speech raised over $8 million and made him instantly visible to Republican power brokers. Within months, California Republicans were asking Reagan to consider running for governor. The state was facing budget problems, campus protests, and a sense that things were spinning out of control. Reagan, they thought, could bring the same calm authority he projected on screen to the governor's office. Reagan was 54 years old, late to begin a political career but young enough to sustain the energy it would require. Nancy was sceptical, worried about trading their comfortable life for the scrutiny and stress of politics. But Reagan was intrigued by the challenge, by the possibility of translating his ideas into actual governance. The ranch Reagan bought in the mountains north of Santa Barbara became his retreat during the campaign and throughout his political career. It was 688 acres of California landscape, where he could ride horses, clear brush, and rebuild stone fences with his own hands. The physical labour grounded him, provided escape from the artificial world of politics and performance, and reminded him that he'd come from people who worked with their hands. Picture Reagan on that ranch, wearing jeans and a work shirt faded from sun and washing, sweat on his forehead, building a fence post by post. This wasn't recreation. He genuinely enjoyed the work, the way some people enjoy crossword puzzles or woodworking. Nancy would watch from the porch, shaking her head at her 60-year-old husband hauling rocks like a ranch hand. Reagan won the California governorship in 1966 by nearly 1 million votes, riding a wave of middle-class frustration with campus protests, rising taxes, and a sense that traditional values were under assault. His inauguration took place shortly after midnight on January 2, 1967, because astrologers had advised Nancy that this was the most auspicious moment, a detail that would have seemed quaint if it hadn't foreshadowed Nancy's reliance on astrological advice throughout Reagan's political career. Governing California turned out to be considerably more complex than hosting a television show or negotiating actor contracts. The state was massive, diverse, and fractious, with problems that resisted simple solutions. Reagan approached the job with the same practical pragmatism he'd learned as a lifeguard. Identify the problem, take action, and don't obsess over perfect solutions. His early governorship was marked by learning mistakes. Reagan had campaigned on cutting taxes and reducing government, but he quickly discovered that California's budget problems required tax increases, not cuts. He proposed the largest tax increase in state history, explaining to frustrated supporters that sometimes you have to make choices based on reality rather than preference. This pragmatic conservatism, the willingness to compromise when necessary while maintaining core principles, would characterize Reagan's entire political career. His critics called it hypocrisy or flexibility depending on their perspective. Reagan simply saw it as governing rather than posturing. The issue that most tested Reagan as governor was the conflict at California universities, particularly Berkeley. Student protests against the Vietnam War, racial discrimination, and traditional authority were transforming campuses into sites of confrontation. Reagan had campaigned promising to clean up the mess at Berkeley, and many supporters expected him to crack down hard. What actually happened was more nuanced. Reagan did support using force when protests turned violent, but he also met with student leaders, toured campuses, and tried to understand the sources of discontent beneath the theatrical protests. He realised that while he disagreed with protesters' tactics and many of their conclusions, some of their concerns about discrimination and access were legitimate. This ability to separate methods from grievances, to oppose someone's tactics while acknowledging their underlying concerns, became characteristic of Reagan's approach. He could be friendly with people he disagreed with politically, could find common ground while maintaining differences, and could negotiate without feeling like compromise meant surrender. Reagan's daily routine as governor revealed his personality. He arrived at the office around 9, late by political standards, and left by 6, almost never taking work home. He preferred concise memos to lengthy briefings, wanted policy options presented as stories rather than data, and made decisions based on what felt right rather than elaborate analysis. This approach drove policy experts to distraction. They'd prepare detailed briefings only to have Reagan ask for a one-page summary. They'd present complex statistical analyses, and Reagan would want to know how it affected specific individuals. His aides learned to translate policy into narrative, to present information the way Reagan processed it, through stories and examples rather than abstractions. Critics called this intellectual laziness. Reagan's defenders argued it was a different kind of intelligence, the ability to see patterns and principles rather than getting lost in details. The truth was probably somewhere in between. Reagan wasn't detail-oriented, but he was genuinely thoughtful about big questions, even if his thinking didn't look academic. His working relationship with the legislature required him to negotiate with Democrats who controlled both houses. Reagan discovered he enjoyed this aspect of governing: the deal-making, the trading of priorities, and the conversations over drinks where political enemies could become temporary allies. He treated politics less as warfare than as a competitive game where opponents today might be partners tomorrow. One of Reagan's more successful initiatives was welfare reform, where he worked with Democratic legislators to create a program that reduced caseloads while increasing benefits for those who genuinely needed help. It was exactly the kind of practical accomplishment that validated Reagan's approach. Focus on outcomes rather than ideology, compromise where necessary, and take credit for success while sharing blame for failure. The ranch remained his escape throughout 8 years as governor. Every chance he could, Reagan would fly to Santa Barbara and drive up into the mountains, leaving behind the political pressures of Sacramento. He'd ride his horses along trails he knew by heart, cut firewood with a chainsaw, and work on projects that had nothing to do with polling or legislation. After 2 terms as California governor, Reagan was constitutionally barred from seeking a third, which was probably fine with Nancy, who'd never loved political life. Reagan was 64 years old, an age when most men would have been contemplating retirement. Instead, Reagan was thinking about the presidency. His first serious attempt came in 1976, challenging incumbent President Gerald Ford for the Republican nomination. It was an audacious move, challenging a sitting president from your own party, and it nearly worked. Reagan won several key primaries and went to the convention with enough delegates to force a fight, ultimately losing by the narrowest of margins. The loss was disappointing, but it also proved something important. Reagan's appeal extended far beyond California. He'd connected with voters across the country, particularly in the South and West, who responded to his message of limited government, strong defense, and traditional values. The defeat in 76 set up the victory in 80. The 4 years between those campaigns saw Reagan consolidating his support, giving speeches, writing radio commentaries, and building relationships with party activists. He was essentially running for president for 4 years straight, though in the low-key manner that characterized his approach. There were no dramatic announcements or revolutionary strategies, just steady, persistent effort to build support. The 1980 campaign began with Reagan as the frontrunner, which brought its own pressures. George H.W. Bush emerged as his strongest challenger, winning the Iowa caucuses and creating doubt about Reagan's inevitability. But Reagan's campaign learned from the setback, and by the time they reached New Hampshire, he'd regained momentum. There was a debate moment in Nashua that captured Reagan's ability to seize unexpected opportunities. When the moderator tried to shut off Reagan's microphone during a dispute over debate rules, Reagan grabbed the microphone and declared, "I am paying for this microphone, Mr. Green." The moderator's name was actually Breen, but nobody cared about the error. Reagan's forceful assertion of his right to speak became the moment everyone remembered. He won New Hampshire decisively and never really looked back, securing the nomination and choosing Bush as his running mate. A practical decision that unified the party, even though the two men weren't particularly close. Reagan then faced President Jimmy Carter, who was struggling with a hostage crisis in Iran, high inflation, and a general sense of national malaise. The campaign between Reagan and Carter was less about policy details than about contrasting visions of America. Carter spoke of limits, of difficult choices, and of managing decline. Reagan spoke of possibility, of renewal, of America's best days being ahead rather than behind. It wasn't that Reagan ignored problems, he simply insisted that American ingenuity and freedom could solve them. Their single debate, held a week before the election, became a masterclass in Reagan's political skills. When Carter tried to attack Reagan's record, Reagan responded with a gentle, "There you go again," dismissing the criticism with humour rather than anger. When Carter brought up his daughter Amy's concerns about nuclear weapons, Reagan asked viewers a simple question. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? That question, simple, direct, personal, cut through all the policy debates and economic statistics to something fundamental. Most Americans felt worse off than they had 4 years earlier, and Reagan's question gave them permission to vote based on that feeling rather than party loyalty or policy analysis. Reagan won decisively, carrying 44 states and beginning a political realignment that would reshape American politics for a generation. On Inauguration Day, January 20th, 1981, as Reagan took the oath of office, Iran released the American hostages it had held for 444 days. Whether as a final insult to Carter or a gesture of respect for Reagan remains debated. Picture the Oval Office on a typical morning during the Reagan presidency. Sunlight streaming through the tall windows, the presidential seal woven into the carpet, and Reagan sitting at the desk reviewing his schedule. He'd joke that he was the only person who had to get permission from his wife to stay late at work, and it was only partly a joke. Reagan brought to the presidency the same approach he'd used as governor. Arrive around 9, work through a structured schedule, and leave by 6. His aides learned to accommodate this routine, condensing briefings and scheduling important meetings during his most alert hours. Critics saw this as evidence of laziness or lack of engagement. Reagan saw it as maintaining the energy and focus necessary for a job that could easily consume you. The early months of his presidency focused on 2 priorities: cutting taxes and increasing defense spending. The combination seemed mathematically impossible. How do you cut revenue while increasing expenses without exploding the deficit? Reagan's answer was that economic growth from tax cuts would generate enough revenue to cover the spending increases. Whether this theory worked remains debated among economists, but Reagan sold it with such conviction that Congress passed his program. His communication skills proved invaluable. Reagan didn't just present policies, he told stories about people affected by them. He didn't cite statistics about poverty. He talked about welfare queens driving Cadillacs. The stories were sometimes exaggerated or even fabricated, but they conveyed emotional truths that resonated with audiences who'd stopped listening to policy wonks years ago. Then came March 30th, 1981. Reagan was walking to his limousine outside a Washington hotel when John Hinckley Jr. opened fire. The Secret Service agent pushed Reagan into the car and initially thought the president hadn't been hit. But Reagan was coughing blood. A bullet had ricocheted off the limousine and struck him under his left arm, puncturing a lung and stopping less than an inch from his heart. Reagan's behaviour during the assassination attempt and its aftermath became legendary. As he was wheeled into surgery, he reportedly told the doctors, "I hope you're all Republicans." When Nancy arrived at the hospital, terrified, He quoted an old W.C. Fields line, "Honey, I forgot to duck." Even seriously wounded, Reagan was performing, not out of dishonesty, but because humour was how he processed fear and pain. The assassination attempt transformed Reagan's presidency in subtle ways. Surviving a bullet that nearly killed him created a sense that Reagan was somehow protected, that he had a destiny to fulfill. It also showed Americans a more human side of their president, the man who joked with doctors while his life hung in the balance, who recovered with remarkable speed for a 70-year-old, and who seemed genuinely gracious rather than bitter toward his attacker. Recovery took longer than Reagan initially admitted. For weeks after returning to work, he tired easily and struggled to maintain his schedule. But he was determined not to appear weak, so he pushed through fatigue with the same discipline he'd shown as a lifeguard scanning the water for hours. The image most people have of the Reagan presidency involves grand speeches and dramatic gestures. "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." But the reality of governing was mostly quieter moments in smaller rooms, where decisions were made over coffee and complex problems were reduced to choices between imperfect options. Reagan's relationship with his staff revealed a lot about his management style. He hired competent people, gave them broad authority, and trusted them to handle details. This delegation sometimes led to problems. The Iran-Contra scandal emerged partly because Reagan's hands-off approach allowed subordinates to pursue policies he might not have fully approved. But it also allowed Reagan to focus on what he did best: setting direction, communicating vision, and making final decisions on major questions. His cabinet meetings followed a pattern. Reagan would listen to presentations, ask occasional questions, and then make decisions that often surprised experts by being shrewder than his relaxed demeanour suggested. He didn't pretend to know more than specialists, but he trusted his instincts about people and politics in ways that formal expertise couldn't match. The economic challenges of his first term were significant. The Federal Reserve's efforts to control inflation by raising interest rates plunged the country into recession. Unemployment hit double digits. Family farms failed across the Midwest. Reagan's approval ratings dropped below 40%, and Republicans worried he might be a one-term president. Reagan's response was to stick with his program and bet that economic recovery would eventually vindicate his approach. It was either confidence or stubbornness, depending on your perspective. By late 1983, the economy was growing again, inflation was dropping, and Reagan's approval ratings were climbing. Whether this vindicated Reagan's policies or simply proved that economies eventually recover from recessions remains disputed. His greatest foreign policy challenge was managing the Cold War with the Soviet Union. Reagan had spent decades criticizing Soviet communism, calling the USSR an evil empire, and predicting that freedom would ultimately triumph over tyranny. But when Mikhail Gorbachev emerged as Soviet leader, Reagan recognized someone he could work with. Their relationship developed slowly, through multiple summits in cities like Geneva and Reykjavik. Picture these two men, Reagan with his sunny optimism and genial manner, Gorbachev with his intellectual intensity and reformer's energy, walking together, sitting by fireplaces, negotiating arms reductions while their aides scrambled to keep up. Reagan's approach to Gorbachev combined ideological firmness with personal warmth. He never pretended to accept communism, but he treated Gorbachev as someone who might genuinely want to reform the Soviet system. This combination of principle and flexibility allowed negotiations that more doctrinaire leaders might have torpedoed. The Strategic Defense Initiative, which critics called Star Wars, perfectly captured Reagan's approach to Cold War strategy. The idea was to develop space-based weapons that could intercept Soviet missiles, making nuclear weapons obsolete. Scientists argued it was technologically impossible. Critics called it destabilizing and expensive. Reagan thought it was worth pursuing, partly because he genuinely believed in the possibility, and partly because Soviet attempts to match American technology were bankrupting their economy. Whether SDI was a brilliant strategy or an expensive boondoggle depends on who you ask. What's undeniable is that the threat of an American technological leap forward worried Soviet leaders enough to bring them to the negotiating table, leading to arms reduction treaties that would have seemed impossible a few years earlier. To understand Ronald Reagan's presidency, you have to understand Nancy's role, which was far more significant than traditional First Lady activities. She wasn't just the president's wife. She was his closest advisor, his protector, and the person most willing to tell him difficult truths that others feared to mention. Nancy's influence operated mostly behind the scenes, in private conversations that nobody else witnessed. She'd call staff members to share concerns about Reagan's schedule or the people around him. She'd suggest personnel changes, pushing out advisors she thought were damaging Reagan's interests. She'd plan his daily schedule to maximize his energy and minimize stress. This influence sometimes created resentment among Reagan's staff, who found themselves dealing with both the president and his protective wife. Nancy's interventions could be subtle or blunt, depending on circumstances. She once got a chief of staff fired essentially by making his position untenable through a campaign of whispered criticisms and pointed questions. Her reliance on astrological advice from Joan Quigley struck many observers as bizarre, even dangerous. Nancy would consult Quigley about timing for important events, avoiding certain dates that astrology deemed unfavourable. While this didn't determine policy, it did affect scheduling in ways that occasionally created logistical challenges. But Nancy's protectiveness came from genuine love and fear for Reagan's safety, especially after the assassination attempt. She'd nearly lost him, and she was determined to keep him safe even if it meant being seen as controlling or paranoid. Her Just Say No anti-drug campaign gave her her own policy focus, though it was criticised as simplistic and ineffective at addressing the complexity of drug addiction. The quiet moments between Ronald and Nancy, breakfast together most mornings, holding hands when they thought nobody was watching, the notes he'd write her even after decades of marriage. These revealed a relationship that was genuinely loving rather than political convenience. Whatever you thought of their politics, the affection between them was real. Reagan's second term brought both triumph and trouble. The economy continued growing. His relationship with Gorbachev produced historic arms reduction agreements, and his approval ratings remained solid. But the Iran-Contra scandal revealed that subordinates had been selling weapons to Iran and using the proceeds to fund Nicaraguan rebels in direct violation of congressional prohibitions. Reagan's response to Iran. Contra showed both his strengths and weaknesses as president. He took formal responsibility while genuinely seeming unclear about exactly what had happened. His hands-off management style, which usually worked well, had allowed subordinates to pursue policies that damaged his presidency. Critics accused him of either lying or being dangerously disengaged. Supporters argued that taking responsibility for subordinates' mistakes was the mark of true leadership. The televised hearings where Oliver North testified in his Marine uniform, defending his actions with patriotic fervour, became a spectacle that overshadowed the constitutional questions about circumventing Congress. Reagan survived the scandal with his personal popularity largely intact, though his political capital was diminished. It was a reminder that even the great communicator couldn't spin his way out of every problem. By 1988, Reagan was 77 years old and constitutionally barred from seeking another term. His vice president, George H.W. Bush, won the election to succeed him, promising to continue Reagan's policies, while adding his own kinder, gentler approach. Reagan left office with approval ratings near 60%, remarkably high for a president after 8 years in office. The farewell address Reagan gave in January 1989 captured his essential message. He spoke of America as a shining city on a hill, a place of possibility and freedom that remained a beacon for the world. It was vintage Reagan, optimistic, aspirational, and deliberately vague enough that people could project their own meaning onto his words. Retirement brought Reagan back to California, to a new home in Bel Air and regular trips to the ranch. He wrote his autobiography, gave occasional speeches, and enjoyed a quieter life than he'd known for decades. Nancy remained protective, carefully controlling access to Reagan and managing his public appearances. But something was changing. Reagan began forgetting things. Not the normal forgetfulness of aging, but something deeper and more troubling. He'd repeat stories he'd told moments before. He'd forget names of people he'd known for years. He'd lose track of conversations mid-sentence. In 1994, Reagan wrote a letter to the American people announcing that he'd been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. The letter was characteristically gracious, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to serve and optimism that his openness might increase awareness of the disease. He was entering, he wrote, the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life. The letter's publication was a final act of public service, using his diagnosis to educate Americans about a disease that affected millions of families but remained poorly understood and stigmatized. Reagan was giving a face to Alzheimer's, making it something that could affect even presidents, removing some of the shame that prevented families from seeking help. The decade that followed was a long goodbye. Reagan's condition deteriorated slowly but inexorably. He eventually stopped recognizing even Nancy, though she visited him daily. The man who had made his career through communication lost the ability to speak coherently. The president, who had survived an assassin's bullet, was defeated by tangled proteins in his brain. Reagan died on June 5, 2004, at age 93. His state funeral drew former presidents, foreign leaders, and thousands of ordinary Americans who felt they'd lost someone they knew personally, even if they'd never met him. The procession through Washington and the final burial at his presidential library in California became a week-long national commemoration of not just Reagan, but of the era he'd embodied. Understanding Reagan's legacy requires separating the man from the mythology that's grown around him. To conservatives, Reagan is nearly a secular saint, the president who restored American confidence, defeated the Soviet Union, and proved that limited government and traditional values could triumph over liberal welfare states. To liberals, Reagan is the president who exploded federal deficits, ignored the AIDS crisis, and began the concentration of wealth among the already wealthy. Both versions contain truth, but both miss the more complex reality. Reagan's economic policies did coincide with recovery from stagflation and significant economic growth. They also coincided with growing inequality and the beginning of deindustrialization in the Midwest. Whether these outcomes were caused by Reagan's policies or simply occurred during his presidency remains debated. His role in ending the Cold War is similarly complex. Reagan's military build-up and rhetorical confrontation with the Soviet Union certainly pressured a system that was already economically failing. But Soviet reform was driven more by internal contradictions and Gorbachev's courage than by American policy. Reagan deserves credit for recognizing opportunities when they appeared, but claiming he single-handedly defeated communism ignores the agency of people in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union who actually overthrew their governments. The political realignment Reagan represented proved more durable than specific policies. He transformed the Republican Party from the party of business and foreign policy elites into a coalition of business interests, social conservatives, and working-class whites who felt left behind by cultural changes. This coalition dominated American politics for a generation, though it's now fragmenting into new alignments that Reagan wouldn't recognize. Reagan's communication style, the use of simple stories, the optimistic tone, and the ability to connect with audiences through emotion rather than argument, became the template for modern political communication. Every president since Reagan has been compared to him in terms of communication skills, usually unfavorably. Political consultants still study Reagan's speeches, looking for techniques they can adapt to new contexts. But Reagan's style also contributed to a coarsening of political discourse. His use of anecdotes that were sometimes false but emotionally resonant. The welfare queen story, claims about Social Security's fiscal soundness, set precedents for prioritizing narrative over accuracy. Reagan didn't invent political lying, but he demonstrated that you could get away with significant factual errors as long as your overall story felt true to audiences. The personal Reagan, the man his friends and family knew, was apparently as genuinely kind and gracious as his public persona suggested. People who worked with him consistently described someone who was thoughtful, courteous, and surprisingly humble, despite enormous accomplishments. He didn't nurse grudges, didn't humiliate subordinates, and treated everyone from foreign leaders to White House janitors with the same basic respect. Yet this same man could be curiously detached from people, even family members. His children sometimes felt they never really knew him, that his warmth was real but somehow impersonal, directed at them but not specifically for them. It was as if Reagan had learned to perform kindness so well that it became indistinguishable from genuine connection, leaving even those closest to him unsure which they were receiving. His relationship with Nancy was the exception, the one relationship where Reagan seemed fully present and emotionally available. Their dependence on each other, especially in later years, suggested that Nancy provided something essential that Reagan couldn't get from anyone else. Unconditional acceptance of who he actually was rather than who he appeared to be. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps noticing how the room has grown quieter around you, let's spend our final moments together thinking about what Ronald Reagan's improbable journey from Dixon, Illinois, to the White House tells us about America, about leadership, and about the strange alchemy that transforms ordinary people into historical figures. Reagan's life spanned most of the 20th century, from horse-drawn carriages to space shuttles, from radio to television to the beginning of the internet age. He witnessed and participated in transformations that would have seemed impossible to his parents' generation. Yet in fundamental ways, Reagan remained rooted in the values and assumptions of the small-town Midwest where he'd grown up. This combination, living through massive change while maintaining connection to traditional values, made Reagan particularly effective at communicating with Americans who felt disoriented by the pace of social transformation. He offered them reassurance that change didn't require abandoning what they valued, that America could modernize while remaining recognizably American. Whether this reassurance was genuine or illusory depends partly on your political perspective and partly on which aspects of American life you value most. Reagan's America was more prosperous for some and more precarious for others. It was more confident internationally but more divided domestically. It celebrated individual success while weakening collective support systems. The ranch in the mountains remained Reagan's true home throughout his political career and into retirement. Those hours spent clearing brush, mending fences and riding horses weren't just recreation. They were how Reagan maintained connection to physical reality in a career built on images and words. The ranch represented something authentic in a life that was otherwise performed, even if the performance was sincere. Picture Reagan in his final years at the ranch, before Alzheimer's made such visits impossible. An old man on a horse, moving slowly along familiar trails, perhaps not entirely certain where he was, but comfortable in the movement and the landscape. Nancy, watching from the house, worried about him falling, but understanding that these rides provided something necessary. Those images of Reagan on horseback became iconic, used in campaign materials and presidential portraits. But the real significance wasn't political, it was personal. The ranch represented Reagan's understanding that no matter how high you climbed or how much you accomplished, you needed something that kept you grounded, something that reminded you of who you were before you became who everyone thought you were. Reagan's ability to maintain optimism through personal setbacks, political defeats, and eventual cognitive decline says something about either the depth of his faith or the effectiveness of his self-protective mechanisms. Even as Alzheimer's eroded his memory and personality, the essential cheerfulness reportedly remained longer than most other traits. It was as if optimism was so fundamental to Reagan's character that it persisted even as other aspects of personality dissolved. The letter announcing his Alzheimer's diagnosis contained a line that captured Reagan's essential approach to life. "I now begin the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life. I know that for America, there will always be a bright dawn ahead." Even facing the cruelest of diseases, Reagan was framing his experience as part of America's larger story, maintaining the optimistic narrative that had characterized his entire public career. Whether you find this inspiring or maddening probably depends on your own temperament and politics. Critics might argue that Reagan's relentless optimism blinded him to genuine problems that required more than positive thinking. Admirers would counter that optimism itself was a form of leadership, that belief in positive outcomes helped create them. The truth, as usual, is probably more nuanced. Reagan's optimism was partly genuine disposition, partly calculated political strategy, and partly a protective mechanism against disappointments and fears. It worked for him personally and professionally, helping him accomplish things that more cynical or analytical leaders might not have attempted. In the years since Reagan's death, his influence has grown in some ways and diminished in others. Republican politicians still invoke his name like a protective charm, claiming his legacy even when pursuing policies he'd never have recognized. Democrats have mostly made peace with Reagan, acknowledging his political skills while critiquing his policies, a remarkable shift from the fierce opposition he faced during his presidency. The Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California, contains the usual artifacts of presidential history, documents and photographs, gifts from foreign leaders, and a piece of the Berlin Wall. But it also contains Reagan's Air Force One, the actual airplane that carried him around the world, now permanently grounded and open for tours. There's something poignant about that plane. This machine that once represented ultimate power and mobility, now static and nostalgic, an artifact from a time that seems both recent and impossibly distant. Visitors walk through it, seeing the presidential office and bedroom, imagining Reagan working and sleeping 30,000 feet above the earth, temporarily free from the gravity that eventually pulls everyone down. The view from the library overlooks mountains and valleys that Reagan would have recognized, a landscape that changes with seasons but remains essentially itself. It's a fitting location for commemorating someone whose entire career was built on the idea that America, despite its changes, remained essentially itself, a place of possibility, freedom and renewal. Reagan's gravesite, a simple marker next to Nancy's, she died in 2016, faces west toward the Pacific Ocean and the sunset he'd referenced in his Alzheimer's letter. The symbolism is obvious but effective. The westward orientation, the connection to American expansion and California dreams, and the journey into the sunset that every life eventually takes. Visitors to the gravesite are often struck by its simplicity. For someone who lived such a public life and who commanded such power and attention, Reagan's final resting place is remarkably unpretentious. Just names, dates, and a view. Nothing that insists on his importance or achievements. It's as if Reagan trusted that history would remember what mattered and saw no need for elaborate declarations. As you prepare for sleep, carrying with you the story of this small-town boy who became president, consider what Reagan's life tells us about American possibility and limitation. He proved that someone from modest circumstances could reach the highest office through talent, persistence, and fortunate timing. But he also demonstrated that even presidents are ultimately human, subject to illness, aging, and the same final journey we all must take. Reagan's optimism, whether you shared it or not, contained a kind of grace. The ability to look at difficult circumstances and believe that improvement was possible, that tomorrow might be better than today, and that the American experiment hadn't exhausted its potential. In an age of cynicism and declining faith in institutions, that optimism seems almost quaint, a relic from a simpler time. Yet maybe every time needs people who believe in tomorrow, who insist that problems have solutions, and who refuse to accept that decline is inevitable. Reagan was that kind of person, for better and worse, in ways that helped millions and harmed others, with a sincerity that was sometimes naive and sometimes profound. The lights in your room have probably grown dimmer as you've read, or perhaps you've adjusted them yourself to create the perfect atmosphere for sleep. Outside your window, the world continues its rotations and revolutions, indifferent to individual stories yet somehow made meaningful by them. Ronald Reagan is gone now, his voice silenced, his optimism extinguished, and his body returned to the California earth he loved. But the questions his life raises, about leadership and character, about optimism and denial, about the relationship between individual talent and historical circumstance, these remain as alive as ever. Sleep well, knowing that history is not just the grand sweep of events, but the accumulated choices of ordinary people who sometimes accomplish extraordinary things. Reagan was one of those people. Remarkable, not because he was perfect, but because he demonstrated what was possible when talent, timing, and temperament aligned. Tomorrow brings its own challenges and opportunities, its own need for whatever combination of optimism and realism, confidence and humility, and vision and pragmatism that circumstances require. Reagan's story is over, but yours continues. And that ultimately is the most American thing of all. Rest now. The ranch is quiet, the horses are sleeping, and even presidents need their sleep. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension, a child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. 1 or 2 suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated. The nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she pored at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from our Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognised there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding on to Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared, battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. the media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrollment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deaf-blind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic, and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion, and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalized disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few, capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together, Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities. And once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamored with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognized spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity. Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression, and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. You're standing in a library in 1871, running your fingers along leather-bound volumes that smell of must and possibility. Outside, gaslight flickers against London's fog, but here in this quiet corner you've stumbled upon something that makes your pulse quicken just slightly. A German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann has published claims so outrageous that scholars dismiss them with barely concealed contempt. He insists that Troy, the legendary city from Homer's ancient poems, actually existed as a real place you could visit, touch and excavate from Turkish soil. The academic establishment considers this laughable. Troy belongs to mythology, they insist, no more real than unicorns or dragons. Homer's epic tales served as entertainment, moral instruction perhaps, but certainly not as geographical guidebooks. You can almost hear the scoffing echoes through university halls as professors wave away Schliemann's theories with the same casual dismissal they'd give to claims of Atlantis or El Dorado. But Schliemann possesses something more valuable than academic credentials. He has Homer's text, a fortune from his business ventures, and an unshakable conviction that stories preserve truth. While others read the Iliad as pure fiction, he notices the specific details, the descriptions of landscape features, the mentions of distances between locations, and the careful accounting of geographical markers that seem too precise for pure invention. You follow his journey in your mind's eye. He arrives at a hill called Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey, where local farmers graze their sheep across what appears to be nothing more than unremarkable terrain. The soil feels ordinary beneath his boots. The wind carries the same salt smell from the nearby Dardanelles Strait that it has carried for thousands of years. Nothing announces itself as extraordinary. Yet he begins to dig. The first days yield pottery shards and broken walls that could belong to any forgotten settlement. The workers he's hired probably wonder about this foreigner's obsession with their dusty hillside, but as the excavation deepens, layers reveal themselves like pages in a book written in soil and stone. Each stratum tells a story of habitation, destruction, and rebuilding. The hill contains not one city but many, stacked atop each other in archaeological succession. When Schliemann's team uncovers fortification walls of massive limestone blocks, fitted together with techniques that speak of significant engineering knowledge, the shape of something magnificent begins to emerge. These aren't the modest remains of a simple farming village. The defensive structures suggest a city that expected attack, that prepared for siege, and that mattered enough to defend with substantial resources. You can imagine running your hands along those ancient stones, feeling the tool marks left by Bronze Age masons who shaped each block with patient precision. The walls curve and angle according to strategic military principles that wouldn't feel out of place in much later fortifications. Someone designed these defences with careful thought about sightlines, defensive positions, and the psychology of attackers facing seemingly impenetrable barriers. The discovery of a massive treasure trove, golden diadems, silver vessels, copper shields, creates an international sensation, though Schliemann's methods of removing these artefacts would make modern archaeologists wince. But the treasure itself matters less than what it represents. Proof that this location housed a wealthy, significant city during exactly the period when Homer's Troy would have flourished. Critics scramble to explain away the findings. Perhaps this is a city, they concede, but surely not the Troy of legend. The connection to Homer's epic remains speculation, they insist, even as more evidence accumulates. The site's location matches Homer's descriptions with eerie accuracy. The strategic importance of controlling the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, explains why such a city would have existed here, and why others might have waged war to control it. As you settle deeper into your imaginary exploration of these discoveries, you realise that Schliemann's vindication teaches something profound about the relationship between story and truth. Legends don't materialise from nothing. They emerge from real events, real places, and real people whose accomplishments impressed their contemporaries so deeply that the tales survived centuries of retelling. The conspiracy wasn't really about Troy's existence. The real hidden truth was that oral traditions and epic poetry could preserve accurate geographical and historical information across vast stretches of time, something that scholarly convention insisted was impossible. Ancient storytellers weren't simply entertaining their audiences with fanciful tales. They were encoding and transmitting genuine knowledge about their world, wrapping facts in narratives so compelling that people would remember and repeat them for generations. Later excavations would reveal even more layers, more complexity, and more confirmation that this site witnessed the rise and fall of significant civilizations. Modern archaeologists, working with better techniques and more careful documentation than Schliemann employed, continue to uncover evidence that makes the connection between this Turkish hillside and Homer's descriptions increasingly difficult to dismiss. You can almost smell the dust of excavation, that particular scent of disturbed earth that hasn't felt sunlight in millennia. The workers' tools scrape against stone and pottery, each sound potentially announcing another revelation. The patient work of archaeology proceeds in careful increments, brushing away dirt to expose what previous generations tried to preserve or simply left behind when circumstances forced them to abandon their homes. The story of Troy's rediscovery reminds you that sometimes the wildest sounding theories deserve serious consideration. The conspiracy theorists of Schliemann's era, those who insisted that legends contained historical kernels worth investigating, turned out to understand something that conventional wisdom missed. Ancient people weren't primitive fabulists. They were sophisticated observers who encoded their knowledge of the world into stories designed to survive. Now you're hiking through dense Peruvian jungle, machete in hand, pushing aside vegetation that seems determined to reclaim every inch of ground from human intrusion. The year is 1915, and you're following rumours that most serious scholars consider beneath their attention. Local people speak of ancient roads running through impossible terrain, connecting distant sites in the Andes with engineering that supposedly rivals anything modern civilization has achieved. The academic consensus dismisses these stories. Yes, the Inca built some impressive structures, experts acknowledge, but the claims about vast road networks spanning thousands of miles strain credulity. The terrain in this part of South America presents challenges that would defeat even contemporary engineers. Mountains rise so steeply that constructing sustained routes seems physically impossible. Jungles grow so thick that maintaining any kind of pathway would require constant, exhausting labour. But Hiram Bingham, the explorer whose footsteps you're retracing, keeps hearing consistent stories from people who live in these mountains. They describe pathways that run from Ecuador to Chile, crossing some of the most hostile landscape on Earth. They mention bridges spanning gorges so deep that you couldn't see the bottom even on the clearest day. They talk about rest stations positioned at precise intervals, allowing travellers to make predictable progress through terrain that should have been impassable. You're climbing now, following what looks like nothing more than a slightly elevated ridge through the forest. Then you notice that the slope beneath your feet feels too consistent, too carefully graded to be natural. Pushing aside centuries of plant growth, your fingers encounter carefully fitted stones, forming a surface designed for travel. The road emerges from its camouflage of vegetation, like a secret revealing itself reluctantly. The construction technique makes you pause in admiration. These builders didn't simply pile stones randomly. They selected each piece for specific characteristics, shape, size, and weight distribution, and fitted them together so precisely that mortar became unnecessary. The road surface drains water effectively, preventing the erosion that would have destroyed lesser construction centuries ago. The grade never exceeds certain limits, suggesting that the engineers understood the relationship between slope and sustainable travel. As you continue following this route, the full scope of the achievement becomes apparent. This isn't a crude path worn by repeated foot traffic. It's an intentionally designed transportation infrastructure that required surveying, planning, and organised labour on a scale that challenges assumptions about pre-Columbian American civilizations. The road adjusts to terrain changes with sophisticated solutions. Staircases carved into cliff faces where slopes become too steep, retaining walls preventing landslides, and drainage systems channeling water away from the travel surface. You reach a section where the road clings to a mountainside suspended above a valley floor so far below that it disappears into haze. Looking at the engineering required to create this passage makes you slightly dizzy. Workers would have needed to secure themselves with ropes while chiseling foundations into solid rock. They would have hauled massive stones up slopes that exhaust you even without carrying anything. They achieved this without wheels, without draft animals larger than llamas, and without iron tools to cut through stone. The conspiracy theory that scholars mocked was simple. Indigenous American civilizations had developed sophisticated engineering knowledge and organizational capacity without European influence. The conventional wisdom of the early 20th century couldn't accommodate this possibility. It seemed more reasonable to attribute any impressive pre-Columbian achievements to lost European visitors or even extraterrestrial intervention than to accept that Andean peoples had independently developed advanced technical skills. You're resting now at one of the way stations the locals mentioned. The structure still stands, partially ruined but recognizable, positioned exactly one day's travel from the previous station. The spacing reveals careful planning based on realistic assessments of human endurance in high-altitude conditions. Travelers could rely on finding shelter at predictable intervals, transforming a potentially deadly journey through hostile terrain into a manageable expedition. The road network you're discovering stretches approximately 25,000 miles at its maximum extent, connecting regions as climatically different as tropical coastal areas and frigid mountain passes above 14,000 feet. The Inca didn't merely build paths between nearby settlements. They created an integrated system that united an empire spanning much of western South America, allowing rapid communication, military deployment and economic exchange across distances that would have taken months to traverse through unimproved terrain. Running your hands along the stone surface, worn smooth by countless feet over centuries, you can almost feel the history embedded in these rocks. Messengers called chasqui once sprinted along these routes, carrying information through a relay system that could transmit news faster than seemed physically possible. Armies marched these roads, their footsteps echoing against mountain walls. Merchants transported goods, salt from coastal areas, potatoes from highland farms, and tropical fruits from jungle regions, creating economic integration that wouldn't exist again in South America until the modern era. The bridges prove even more impressive than the roads themselves. The Inca engineers mastered suspension bridge construction, weaving cables from grass fibers that could support significant weight, while spanning distances that stone construction couldn't achieve. You encounter the remains of one such crossing, where anchor points carved into cliff faces once held cables, stretching across a gap that makes your stomach tighten just looking at it. Modern testing of reconstructed Inca bridges reveals engineering principles that wouldn't feel out of place in contemporary textbooks. The cables distribute weight efficiently. The deck design provides stability against wind that whips through these mountain passes with terrifying force. The whole structure flexes rather than resisting movement, allowing it to survive stresses that would snap more rigid constructions. The conspiracy wasn't about roads existing. Every society creates paths between settlements. The hidden truth was that pre-Columbian American civilizations had achieved engineering sophistication that European scholars insisted required knowledge transmitted from the Old World. The roads proved that indigenous peoples had independently developed technical skills, organizational methods, and scientific understanding that conventional wisdom refused to acknowledge. As you continue your journey along these ancient routes, you notice smaller details that reveal the depth of planning involved. The Inca positioned their roads to minimize exposure to landslides and avalanches. They routed paths to take advantage of natural shelter where possible. They created drainage systems that still function after 5 centuries of neglect. Every decision reflected accumulated knowledge about how to build infrastructure that could survive in some of Earth's most challenging environments. You're descending now, following switchbacks that demonstrate another aspect of the engineer's skill. Rather than attempting impossibly steep grades, the road zigzags down the mountainside in a pattern that makes the descent manageable for travellers and cargo carriers. The turns bank slightly, like curves on a modern highway, reducing the risk of losing footing on corners. Even the width of the road varies strategically, wider on straight sections where multiple travellers might pass each other, narrower through difficult terrain where construction costs mattered more than convenience. The discovery of these road networks didn't just reveal impressive engineering, it demonstrated that the Americas before European contact hosted complex organised societies capable of sustained large-scale projects requiring planning across generations. The roads couldn't have been built quickly by small populations. They required centralised authority that could mobilise labour, engineers who could solve technical problems, and societies stable enough to invest resources in infrastructure that might take decades to complete. You're sitting in a monastery library in 16th century Spain, examining manuscripts that monks have carefully preserved from the burning and destruction that followed conquest. The leather-bound pages smell of age and secrets. Outside, the Inquisition's influence still shapes what knowledge people dare to pursue and what questions they risk asking. But here, in this quiet room, you're looking at evidence that challenges everything Europe believes about mathematical sophistication. The documents before you contain Mayan astronomical calculations that predict celestial events with accuracy that European science won't match for centuries. You trace your finger along columns of dots and bars, the elegant Mayan number system that includes a concept European mathematics still struggles to fully embrace. 0 as a placeholder and number in its own right. The conspiracy theory that most Europeans wouldn't accept was straightforward. People in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics, astronomy, and calendar systems without any influence from European, Asian, or African civilizations. The conventional wisdom insisted that such sophisticated intellectual achievements must have spread from a single source, presumably somewhere in the Mediterranean or Middle East, because surely humanity couldn't have discovered these concepts multiple times in isolation. But the evidence before you tells a different story. The Mayan number system works in base 20, rather than the base 10 that dominates European counting. This wasn't a primitive choice or a sign of mathematical confusion. It represented a different but equally valid approach to representing quantities, one that actually offers certain advantages for specific types of calculations. You're examining a calendar calculation now, watching how the Mayan system tracks multiple overlapping cycles with precision that makes your head spin slightly. They maintained a sacred calendar of 260 days, a solar calendar of 365 days, and a long count that could track dates across thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication required to keep these systems synchronized while using them for practical purposes, agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, political events, reveals minds as sharp as any in European universities. The astronomical observations prove even more impressive. Mayan mathematicians calculated the lunar month to within seconds of what modern instruments reveal. They predicted solar eclipses with accuracy that European astronomers couldn't match until they gained access to better tools and techniques centuries later. They tracked Venus's movement through the sky so precisely that their calculations remain useful to contemporary astronomers studying that planet's cycles. You can imagine Mayan observers on pyramid platforms watching the night sky with patient attention across generations. They didn't have telescopes, but they had time, dedication, and sophisticated mathematical tools for analysing what they observed. Each generation refined the previous generation's observations, accumulating knowledge that eventually allowed them to predict celestial events years in advance. The conspiracy extended beyond mathematics into writing systems. European scholars initially refused to accept that Mayan glyphs represented a true writing system rather than simple pictographs. The idea that indigenous Americans had independently invented complex written language, complete with phonetic elements, grammatical structures, and the ability to express abstract concepts, contradicted assumptions about the unique brilliance of old, world civilizations, but the glyphs clearly functioned as genuine writing. You're looking at a text that records historical events, royal genealogies, and mythological narratives with the same sophistication that Latin or Greek achieved. The writing system combines logographic and phonetic elements, allowing it to represent both concrete objects and abstract ideas with equal facility. Scribes could record sounds, meanings, and subtle grammatical distinctions that turned their language into permanent readable form. The mathematical achievements embedded in Mayan construction provide another layer of evidence. You're examining architectural drawings now, or rather, proportions preserved in surviving structures that reveal the mathematical principles underlying their design. Mayan builders used sophisticated geometry to create buildings aligned to astronomical events. Pyramids oriented so that sunlight creates specific shadow effects during equinoxes. Doorways positioned to frame particular stars at significant dates. The conspiracy theorists of the colonial period, those few Europeans who insisted on taking Mayan intellectual achievements seriously, faced ridicule and professional consequences, acknowledging that people in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics and astronomy, challenged theological certainties about human origins and dispersal. It complicated narratives about European cultural superiority. It raised uncomfortable questions about what else indigenous peoples might have discovered that conquest and disease are destroyed before it could be properly documented. You're examining a mathematical text dealing with what we'd call calculus, the mathematics of continuous change. Mayan mathematicians didn't develop this exactly as Europeans would centuries later, but they clearly grasped concepts about tracking changing quantities over time, calculating areas under curves, and understanding accumulation in ways that anticipate later mathematical developments. The zero itself deserves special attention. Mayan mathematicians developed this concept independently, using it both as a placeholder, making positional notation work, and as a number in its own right. European mathematics wouldn't fully embrace zero until well after contact with Arabic mathematical traditions. Yet here it functions naturally in a system developed in complete isolation from old world influences. You can almost hear the scratch of a Mayan scribe's brush against paper made from tree bark, carefully recording calculations that would preserve astronomical knowledge for future generations. The concentration required for this work and the understanding that you're contributing to an accumulating body of knowledge that transcends individual lifetimes creates a connection across centuries. Those scribes knew they were building something that mattered, preserving discoveries that took generations to accumulate. The architectural evidence speaks to practical applications of this mathematical knowledge. Mayan builders created structures that still stand centuries after construction, despite earthquakes, hurricanes, and the weight of jungle vegetation trying to pull them down. The proportions of these buildings reflect a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, load distribution, and the relationship between form and function. You're studying the remains of an astronomical observatory now, or what scholars have identified as such based on alignments that couldn't have occurred by chance. The structure tracks solar and lunar cycles with precision that required both mathematical sophistication and patient observation across many years. The builders positioned windows and doorways to frame specific celestial events, turning architecture into a permanent record of astronomical knowledge. The conspiracy wasn't just about mathematics existing in isolation from European influence. The deeper hidden truth was that human intelligence developed sophisticated solutions to complex problems wherever people have time, resources, and motivation to pursue knowledge systematically. The Mayan mathematical achievements demonstrated that intellectual advancement doesn't require specific cultural lineages or divine inspiration limited to particular regions. It emerges from human capacity to observe patterns, test ideas, and build on previous generations' discoveries. You're walking through a rainforest in the Amazon basin, your boots squelching through mud that smells of decomposition and growth occurring simultaneously. The air wraps around you like a warm, damp blanket carrying 1,000 different plant scents. Indigenous guides lead you to trees and vines that European-trained doctors insist couldn't possibly contain the medicinal properties that local people claim. The medical establishment in the early 20th century maintains firm positions about indigenous knowledge. Native peoples might have stumbled upon a few useful plants through trial and error, doctors acknowledge grudgingly, but the sophisticated pharmacological understanding they claim seems implausible. Real medicine requires laboratory research, controlled testing, and scientific rigour that supposedly couldn't exist in cultures without formal academic institutions, but your guides demonstrate knowledge that makes you question these dismissive assumptions. They identify specific plants for particular ailments with confidence born from generations of careful observation. They explain preparation methods, which parts of a plant to use, how to extract active compounds, and what dosages prove effective without causing harm. They discuss contraindications and interactions between different medicines with the same careful attention to detail that European pharmacists claim as their exclusive domain. You're examining cinchona bark now, the source of quinine that European doctors reluctantly admitted could treat malaria after centuries of indigenous use in South America. Your guide explains how our ancestors identified this particular tree species among thousands in the forest, how they discovered that bark from specific elevations proved more effective than others, and how they developed extraction techniques that maximize the active compound's concentration. The conspiracy theory that medical professionals refused to accept was that indigenous peoples had developed genuine pharmacological knowledge through systematic observation and experimentation. The conventional wisdom insisted that effective medicine required written records, formal education, and scientific methodology that supposedly didn't exist in oral cultures. Therefore, any effective indigenous remedies must represent lucky accidents rather than true medical science. But the evidence suggests otherwise. You're learning about ayahuasca now, not the recreational substance that would later attract tourists, but the medicinal compound that indigenous healers developed for specific therapeutic purposes. The preparation requires combining two plants that separately don't produce the desired effects. Together, they create a substance whose mechanism of action involves chemical interactions that European pharmacology couldn't fully explain for decades after Western scientists first encountered it. The sophistication required to discover this combination makes your head spin slightly. The Amazon contains approximately 80,000 plant species. The probability of randomly combining these two specific plants in the right proportions seems astronomically small, yet indigenous healers not only made this discovery but also understood the conditions under which the medicine worked most effectively, who should receive it and who shouldn't, and how to manage the experience to achieve therapeutic rather than merely disorienting effects. You can imagine the generations of careful observation this knowledge required. Someone noticed that particular plants produce specific effects. Others experimented with different preparations, different combinations, and different dosages. Knowledge accumulated as people compared experiences, refined techniques, and developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of how these medicines interacted with human physiology. The guides are showing you wound treatment techniques now using plants that prevent infection with effectiveness that European medicine wouldn't match until antibiotics became available in the mid-20th century. They explain how to identify the right plants even when they're not flowering, how to prepare poultices that prevent bacterial growth, and how to assess whether a wound requires additional intervention beyond botanical treatment. The conspiracy extended to surgical knowledge. Indigenous peoples in several regions performed trepanation, drilling holes in skulls to relieve pressure or treat head injuries, with survival rates that wouldn't shame modern neurosurgery. Archaeological evidence shows healed skulls demonstrating that patients survived these procedures and recovered sufficiently for bone to regrow around the surgical opening. This requires understanding of sterility, pain management, and post-operative care that supposedly didn't exist outside European medical traditions. You're examining coca leaves now, which your guide chews to manage altitude sickness during mountain travel. She explains the difference between traditional use of the leaf, which provides mild stimulation and altitude adaptation, and concentrated extraction that creates problematic compounds. The knowledge embedded in this distinction reveals a sophisticated understanding of pharmacology. Indigenous peoples recognize that route of administration, dosage, and preparation method all affect a substance's impact on human physiology. The medical knowledge encompasses more than just pharmaceutical plants. You're learning about dietary treatments for specific conditions, physical therapy techniques for injuries, and mental health interventions that modern psychology is only beginning to appreciate. Indigenous healers understood that treating patients required addressing physical, psychological, and social dimensions of illness simultaneously, a holistic approach that Western medicine would eventually rediscover and rebrand as integrative healthcare. The guides discuss diagnostic techniques that involve observing subtle signs that European-trained doctors would dismiss as superstition. But when you watch carefully, you notice they're tracking real physiological indicators, changes in skin colour that suggest circulatory problems, alterations in breathing patterns that indicate respiratory issues, and behavioural shifts that signal neurological concerns. They've simply developed observational skills so refined that their conclusions seem intuitive rather than analytical. You can almost smell the bitter alkaloids in the plant your guide is preparing now, explaining its use for digestive complaints. The preparation involves specific timing, harvesting at particular seasons, processing within certain timeframes, and storing under controlled conditions. This level of detail demonstrates empirical testing across generations, careful documentation through oral tradition, and systematic knowledge accumulation that deserves recognition as genuine scientific methodology, even if it didn't involve written records or laboratory equipment. The conspiracy wasn't about whether indigenous peoples use plants as medicine. Even the most dismissive European doctors acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that indigenous cultures had developed sophisticated medical knowledge through rigorous observation and testing, creating pharmacological understanding that rivaled and sometimes exceeded what European science had achieved. Through supposedly superior academic methods. You're standing on a dock in the Mediterranean, watching divers prepare equipment for an expedition that most archaeologists consider a waste of time and resources. The year is 1953, and conventional wisdom insists that underwater archaeology represents a contradiction in terms. Anything truly important wouldn't have ended up at the bottom of the sea, experts argue, and even if significant artifacts did sink, the saltwater environment would have destroyed them centuries ago. But the divers preparing to descend don't share this pessimism. They've heard stories from sponge fishermen and local sailors about shipwrecks containing amphorae, the clay jars ancient peoples used for transporting wine, oil, and other goods. These humble containers might reveal information about ancient trade routes, economic systems, and cultural connections that written records never captured because they seem too mundane to document. You watch as the first diver disappears beneath the surface, following bubbles that mark his descent. The water here is remarkably clear, allowing visibility that makes underwater exploration feasible if not exactly comfortable. Minutes pass with a peculiar slowness that waiting always creates. Then the diver surfaces, excitement evident even through his breathing apparatus. He's found something, not just scattered pottery shards, but an organised shipwreck with cargo still arranged as it was when the vessel sank perhaps 2,000 years ago. The conspiracy theory that underwater exploration would eventually prove was that ancient maritime trade operated on a much larger scale than historical records suggested. Conventional wisdom held that ancient shipping was limited, risky, and confined to coastal waters where sailors could keep land in sight. The idea that regular trade routes crisscrossed the Mediterranean, that ships routinely carried massive cargoes across open water, that maritime commerce formed the backbone of ancient economies, all this seemed like romantic exaggeration rather than historical fact, but the shipwrecks tell a different story. You're examining the first recovery now, a bronze statue so perfectly preserved by the marine environment that it looks like it could have been submerged last week rather than millennia ago. The copper in the alloy created chemical conditions that prevented bacterial degradation. The statue spent 2,000 years at the bottom of the sea and emerged in better condition than bronzes that survived above ground, exposed to air, water cycles, and human handling. The cargo itself reveals the scope of ancient trade. This single ship carried wine from one region, olive oil from another, and manufactured goods from a third location. The amphorae bear stamps identifying their origins, creating a map of commercial connections that stretched across the entire Mediterranean world. Some jars travelled thousands of miles from their production sites, suggesting regular trade routes that connected diverse cultures in sustained economic relationships. You're diving now yourself, following the archaeologists who are mapping the wreck site with careful precision. The ship's remains rest on the seabed like a time capsule, preserving a moment from ancient commerce. The wooden hull is mostly decayed, but the cargo that survived shows you how merchants organised their vessels, heavy items low in the hold for stability, fragile goods packed with protective materials, everything arranged to maximise the space, available while maintaining seaworthiness. The conspiracy extended beyond simple trade routes. Underwater archaeology revealed that ancient peoples built harbour facilities far more sophisticated than textual sources suggested. You're swimming over the remains of a Roman port now, seeing underwater construction that demonstrates advanced engineering knowledge. Stone blocks fitted together with waterproof cement, breakwaters positioned to protect ships from storms, and mooring systems designed for vessels much larger than the modest craft that historical accounts described. The preservation underwater often exceeds what survives on land. Organic materials that would have rotted away in terrestrial conditions, wood, rope, and leather, remain intact enough to study their construction. You're examining wooden parts of the ship's hull that show the techniques ancient shipwrights used to create vessels capable of crossing open water while carrying enormous loads. The planking reveals a sophisticated understanding of how wood flexes under stress, how to join pieces to create waterproof seams, and how to design hulls that balance cargo capacity against sailing performance. The hidden truth that underwater archaeology exposed was that ancient maritime technology was far more advanced than conventional histories acknowledged. Ships didn't simply hug coastlines, limiting themselves to short journeys with frequent stops. Navigators developed techniques for crossing open water using celestial navigation, seasonal wind patterns, and accumulated knowledge about currents and weather. Shipbuilders created vessels that could survive storms powerful enough to sink modern craft. Merchants established trade networks that functioned with impressive efficiency despite the absence of modern communication technology. You're surfacing now, lungs grateful for fresh air after breathing through the apparatus underwater. The afternoon sun sparkles on wavelets, and you can see the support vessel, where archaeologists are cataloguing the morning's discoveries. Each artifact recovered tells part of a larger story about ancient commerce, about the movement of goods, ideas, and people across distances that supposedly represented impossible barriers to regular contact. The ships themselves demonstrate technological sophistication that rewrites understanding of ancient capabilities. You're examining technical drawings now based on hull remains recovered from multiple wrecks. The designs incorporate principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the age of sail. Hull shapes that minimize drag, keel configurations that improve stability, and rigging systems that allow sailing against the wind through careful tacking. Later discoveries would reveal even more impressive finds. Ships carrying bronze computers, the Antikythera mechanism, that demonstrated mechanical sophistication centuries ahead of what historians thought possible. Wrecks from the Bronze Age containing tin from Cornwall and amber from the Baltic, proving that trade routes spanned Europe millennia before written records documented such connections. Underwater cities show that ancient peoples built permanent structures in shallow marine environments, creating harbour facilities that served as commercial hubs for centuries. The conspiracy wasn't about denying that ancient peoples travelled by sea. Everyone acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that maritime technology, navigation knowledge, and commercial organisation had reached levels of sophistication that challenged narratives about primitive ancients, slowly developing capabilities that modern societies perfected. Ancient mariners weren't cautious coastal sailors making tentative journeys along familiar shores. They were confident navigators who crossed open water regularly, carrying commercial cargoes that sustained complex economic systems spanning entire seas. You're in a map collection in Istanbul, carefully unrolling a document that cartography experts insist must be a fraud or a curiosity rather than evidence of anything historically significant. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513, shows details of coastlines that European explorers supposedly hadn't discovered yet. But what really makes scholars uncomfortable is how accurate it appears in places where accuracy shouldn't have been possible. With the tools and knowledge available to 16th century cartographers, the conspiracy theory that makes the academic establishment so uncomfortable is simple. Ancient civilizations possess geographical knowledge far more extensive than conventional histories acknowledge. Someone, somewhere, had accurately mapped coastlines, and perhaps even portions of continents that Europeans wouldn't officially explore for centuries. This knowledge somehow survived. Fragmentary, corrupted, but recognizable, in maps that later cartographers created using sources they claimed derived from antiquity. You're examining Antarctica's coastline on the Piri Reis map now. The shape matches the land underneath the ice sheets with unsettling accuracy. Land that modern science didn't map until the mid-20th century, using sonar and ice-penetrating radar. How could a 16th century Ottoman admiral have depicted this coastline as it appeared before glaciation? The conventional explanation that it's a distorted representation of South America's coast doesn't quite satisfy when you look at the specific features that seem to match subglacial Antarctica. The map contains notes explaining that Piri Reis compiled it from approximately 20 source maps, some of which he claimed dated to the time of Alexander the Great. Most historians dismiss this claim as exaggeration or misunderstanding, but the accuracy of certain sections makes you wonder what those source materials actually showed. You're studying the African coastline now, traced with precision that European navigators supposedly didn't achieve until after decades of exploration and surveying. The rivers appear in correct positions. The coastal features match reality more closely than maps that European sources created during the same period. Someone clearly had better information about African geography than official exploration records suggest should have been available. The conspiracy extends to other maps from the same general period. You're examining the Orontius Phineas map from 1531 now, which shows Antarctica centred at the South Pole with a remarkably accurate shape and size, again depicting the continent as it would appear without ice coverage. The mountain ranges correspond to subglacial features that modern geology identifies through methods unavailable to Renaissance cartographers. The conventional explanations for these maps feel increasingly strained the more you study them. Yes, cartographers sometimes copied errors from previous maps, creating persistent inaccuracies. Yes, map makers occasionally invented features to fill empty spaces, but the specific accuracies, the precise positions of geographical features that remained unknown to European explorers, suggest something more interesting than random luck or artistic license. You can imagine ancient mariners carefully recording coastlines as they explored, creating charts that later generations copied and recopied, introducing errors while preserving enough accurate detail that Renaissance cartographers could create surprisingly precise composite maps. Perhaps Phoenician sailors ranged farther than classical sources recorded. Perhaps Polynesian navigators shared geographical knowledge with traders who carried it westward. Perhaps civilizations that left no written records nevertheless mapped their discoveries with sufficient skill that fragments survived into historical periods. The hidden truth isn't necessarily that ancient explorers circumnavigated the globe, or that lost civilizations possessed technology rivaling modern capabilities. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom couldn't accept was simpler. Human geographical knowledge before European exploration was far more extensive than the historical record preserves, and this knowledge survived in fragmentary form through oral, traditions, copied maps, and cultural memory that official history is dismissed as legend. You're examining Chinese maps now, showing maritime routes across the Indian Ocean that supposedly didn't exist before European contact, but the detail suggests regular travel between Asia and Africa, established trade routes, and geographical knowledge accumulated across centuries of navigation. The maps contain practical information, locations of harbours, notation of dangerous reefs, indication of seasonal wind patterns that only comes from actual experience sailing these waters repeatedly. The Polynesian navigators provide perhaps the most convincing evidence that pre-modern peoples achieved geographical knowledge on par with anything European exploration accomplished. Their maps, made from sticks and shells, encoding information about currents, wave patterns, and island locations, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of ocean navigation. They crossed thousands of miles of open Pacific, settling islands from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, using navigational techniques that didn't require written records or complex instruments, but nevertheless worked with impressive reliability. You're sitting in a university library on a quiet evening, watching the last sunlight fade from windows that overlook a campus much changed from its founding centuries. Around you, books contain knowledge that was once lost, then recovered, then sometimes lost again before finally finding secure homes in academic institutions that preserve and share it. The story of how humanity rediscovered forgotten truths creates its own narrative of persistence, curiosity, and the slow accumulation of understanding. The pattern repeats across civilizations and centuries. Knowledge emerges through careful observation and testing. Disasters, natural or human-caused, destroy the institutions that preserve this knowledge. Fragments survive in odd places. Copies that scholars saved, oral traditions that communities maintained, and practical applications that people continued using, even after theoretical understanding disappeared. Eventually someone notices the fragments, recognizes their significance, and begins the patient work of reconstructing what was lost. You're reading about the recovery of Greek mathematical and philosophical texts now, how Islamic scholars preserved works that Christian Europe had lost or destroyed during chaotic periods following Rome's collapse. These scholars didn't merely preserve the texts, they added their own commentaries and discoveries, advancing knowledge that European institutions would later reclaim and develop further. The transmission of knowledge followed complex paths, crossing cultural and religious boundaries, surviving periods when certain ideas seemed dangerous or irrelevant to the societies that held them. The rediscovery of ancient medical knowledge followed similar patterns. You're examining a medieval manuscript now that shows surgical techniques derived from Roman sources, but preserved through Arabic translation. The original Latin texts had been lost when libraries burned, when monasteries dissolved, and when warfare scattered collections that represented centuries of accumulated learning. But the knowledge survived its wanderings, eventually returning to European medical practice enriched by the contributions of every culture it passed through. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom resisted was that knowledge doesn't develop linearly, always advancing, never retreating. Understanding accumulates, but it also disappears. Civilizations achieve sophisticated insights, then lose them when circumstances change. Other societies independently develop similar ideas, or they recover lost knowledge from fragments that survive destruction. The actual history of human learning involves advances, retreats, parallel development, recovery, and synthesis in patterns far more complex than simple narratives of progressive improvement. You can feel the weight of all these books around you, each one containing knowledge that someone fought to preserve, that survived periods when it seemed destined for permanent loss, and that returned to human awareness through persistence and often accident. The library represents not just current understanding, but the accumulated effort of countless individuals who believed knowledge mattered enough to protect, copy, translate, and transmit despite obstacles and dangers. The environmental wisdom of indigenous peoples provides another example of lost and recovered knowledge. You're reading ecological studies now that confirm practices indigenous communities maintained for centuries, controlled burning that prevents catastrophic wildfires, crop rotation systems that preserve soil fertility, and water management techniques. that sustain agriculture in marginal environments. For generations, European agricultural science dismissed these practices as primitive. Then, ecological research revealed that they embodied sophisticated understanding of ecosystem dynamics, often proving more sustainable than the methods that replaced them. The recovery continues in your own time. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that requires revising historical narratives. Linguists decode writing systems that preserve knowledge from cultures that disappeared. Scientists discover that traditional medicines contain compounds with genuine therapeutic value. Each discovery confirms that human achievement extends deeper into the past than any single generation realizes, and that knowledge develops in more places and times than conventional histories acknowledge. You're thinking about the Antikythera mechanism now, the ancient Greek computing device recovered from a shipwreck, showing that mechanical sophistication existed centuries before historians thought such technology possible. For decades after its recovery, scholars couldn't explain how it worked. The device sat in museums, recognized as important but not understood, until modern imaging technology allowed detailed examination of its gears and mechanisms. Even then, recreating it required sophisticated engineering knowledge, demonstrating that ancient craftspeople possessed skills that their society valued enough to support, but not to document in texts that survived. The pattern teaches humility. Every generation thinks it understands the past, that it knows what ancient peoples could and couldn't achieve and what knowledge they possessed or lacked. Then new discoveries arrive, forcing revisions, revealing that the past was more complex, more sophisticated, and more interesting than simplified narratives suggested. The conspiracy theorists who insisted that ancient peoples deserved more credit than conventional wisdom granted often proved correct, though sometimes for reasons different than they imagined. As you prepare to leave the library, you notice the comfortable weight of knowledge accumulated around you. These books, these preserved fragments of human learning, represent victories against entropy and chaos. Someone cared enough to write this information down. Others preserved it when easier options involved letting it disappear. Still others translated, transmitted, and eventually printed it in forms that could survive across centuries and continents. The knowledge available to you represents countless small acts of preservation, each one affirming that understanding matters, that truth deserves protection, and that the effort to maintain and transmit knowledge serves purposes more important than any individual lifetime. The slow rediscovery continues. Somewhere tonight, someone is examining evidence that will revise understanding of what ancient peoples achieved. Somewhere, a fragment of lost knowledge is being decoded, translated, or recognized for its significance. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true remind you that healthy skepticism about conventional wisdom serves truth better than unquestioned acceptance of what authorities claim. The past keeps revealing itself to be more sophisticated, more accomplished, and more interesting than any single narrative can fully capture. You're walking home now through evening air that carries hints of approaching autumn. Above you, stars shine with the same light that ancient astronomers observed, mapped, and predicted with tools that seemed impossibly primitive yet somehow worked. The Mayan mathematicians were seeing these same constellations, calculating their movements with precision that rivals modern instruments. The Polynesian navigators used these stars to cross oceans, encoding knowledge in songs and sticks and stories that European science initially dismissed as primitive. The ancient engineers whose roads and cities and harbours still function centuries after their creators died, proving that sophistication doesn't require the specific technologies that our era takes for granted. The real lesson isn't that ancient peoples possessed mysterious lost technology or secret knowledge that modern science hasn't rediscovered. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true teach something subtler. Human intelligence, given time and motivation, develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems, regardless of specific cultural circumstances. Knowledge accumulates wherever people pay attention to their environment, test their ideas against reality, and pass their discoveries to future generations. The diversity of human achievement across cultures and centuries demonstrates that there are many paths to understanding, many methods that work, and many ways of being sophisticated that conventional wisdom in any particular era might fail to recognize or appreciate. You're home now. settling into familiar comfort with the satisfaction of a journey completed. The stories you've travelled through tonight, lost cities that weren't myths, ancient knowledge that deserved respect, civilizations that achieved more than history's initially credited, remind you that reality often proves more interesting than either skeptics or enthusiasts imagine. The truth resides somewhere between absolute dismissal and uncritical acceptance, in the patient work of examining evidence, revising theories, and acknowledging when conventional wisdom needs updating. As you drift towards sleep, you're thinking about all the knowledge still waiting to be recovered, all the evidence not yet discovered, and all the conventional wisdom that future generations will revise as they uncover truths that this era's conspiracies only hint at. The investigation continues, as it always has, as it always will. Somewhere, someone is examining a fragment of the past that will eventually reshape understanding of human achievement. The slow work of rediscovery proceeds, one careful observation at a time, building toward insights that won't fully emerge for years or decades, but that will eventually add to the accumulated understanding that each generation inherits, revises, and passes along. The past remains alive in its influence on the present, in the knowledge that survived to shape current understanding, and in the mysteries that still wait for explanation. The conspiracy theories that prove true remind you that humility about what you think you know serves truth better than certainty. The human story keeps revealing itself to be more complex, more accomplished, and more surprising than any simplified narrative can capture, and that complexity, that persistent ability of the past to surprise and teach, provides its own quiet comfort as you settle into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new opportunities to learn, revise, and appreciate the sophisticated achievements of people who came before, people whose names are lost but whose discoveries, encoded in monuments and maps and mathematical systems, continue to speak across the centuries if you're willing to listen carefully to what they're saying. Sweet dreams, my friends. Now, picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair with a warm cup of tea, ready to hear about some of the most overlooked heroes of the Victorian era. You've probably walked through countless manicured gardens, admiring the perfect rose beds and pristine lawns, but have you ever wondered about the people who made that magic happen? Tonight, we are looking into the hidden realm of Victorian gardeners, revealing a life far more vibrant than the flowers they nurtured. You might think gardening in the 1800s was all about peaceful pruning and gentle watering. Well, prepare to have that notion thoroughly composted. Victorian gardeners lived in a world where a single wilted orchid could cost someone their job, where stealing a cutting from the master's prized roses was considered grand theft, and where the difference between knowing your Latin plant names and fumbling through common ones could determine whether you ate well or went hungry. Let's start with what you probably didn't learn in history class. Victorian gardens weren't just pretty spaces for ladies to stroll through with their parasols. They were status symbols as cutthroat as any modern luxury car collection. The wealthier the family, the more exotic and impossible their garden demands became. Imagine being told to grow pineapples in England in January. There were no greenhouses as we know them today. That wasn't a request, that was Tuesday. The responsibilities of the head gardener of a grand estate were far more demanding than those of today's corporate executives. You were responsible for feeding the family year-round with fresh produce, maintaining acres of ornamental gardens that had to look perfect for surprise visits from the neighbours, and somehow making it all appear effortless. One bad season, one failed dinner party centrepiece, and you'd find yourself looking for new employment with a reference that might as well have been written in disappearing ink. But here's where it gets interesting, and where our story really begins. These gardeners established an underground network that would inspire envy in modern social media influencers. They traded seeds like currency, shared growing secrets in hushed conversations at the local pub, and developed elaborate systems for covering each other's mistakes. A prize-winning dahlia didn't just represent one person's skill. It was often the result of months of collaboration between gardeners who officially weren't supposed to be talking to each other. You see, during the Victorian era, strict rules prohibited servants from fraternising, but it was nearly impossible to prevent gardeners from sharing growing tips. It's like trying to keep bakers from discussing yeast. Completely impossible and slightly ridiculous. So they found ways around the rules. They'd accidentally meet at the seed merchant's shop, leave coded notes tucked into greenhouse flower pots, and develop a system of plant exchanges that operated with the efficiency of a black market. The real secret of Victorian gardens wasn't just the plants, it was the people. Behind every perfectly manicured hedge was someone who had probably spent years learning through trial, error, and the occasional spectacular failure that had to be covered up before the master noticed. These weren't just employees following a manual, they were artists, scientists, and diplomats, all rolled into one soil-stained package. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine walking through one of these grand gardens at dawn. The mist is still hanging over the carefully planted beds, and somewhere in the distance, you can hear the soft scraping of tools against soil. But if you look closely, really closely, you might catch a glimpse of something far more intriguing than perfect roses. The intricate web of secrets, alliances, and gentle rebellions that kept the Victorian garden world spinning. Sweet dreams, and welcome to the real story of the people who made England bloom. Settle back into your cosy spot, because you're about to learn about one of the most delicious scandals of the Victorian era, and it all started with a fruit that had no business growing in England. You have to understand something about Victorians and their pineapples. In the 1800s, a fresh pineapple was worth more than most people's monthly wages. We're talking about a fruit so expensive that wealthy families would rent them for dinner parties just to display on the table, then return them to the shop afterward. Yes, you read that right. Pineapple rental services were an actual business model. Only the truly wealthy could afford to actually eat one, and doing so was roughly equivalent to serving your guests caviar topped with gold leaf. Naturally, these circumstances meant every self-respecting Victorian estate owner absolutely had to grow their own pineapples. Not because it made financial sense, it didn't, but because having a fresh pineapple from your own garden was the ultimate flex. It was like parking a Rolls-Royce in your driveway, except the Rolls-Royce needed to be kept at exactly 65 degrees, watered with precision, and could die if you looked at it wrong. Enter our unsung heroes, the gardeners who somehow had to make this impossible dream come true. Growing tropical fruit in a climate where summer temperatures barely reached what pineapples considered mildly unpleasant required creativity that bordered on genius. They built elaborate structures called pineries. Think of them as the great-great-grandparents of modern greenhouses, but heated with coal furnaces and maintained by pure determination. However, the truly clever aspect extended beyond just the buildings. Victorian gardeners developed a secret network for sharing pineapple growing intelligence that would have impressed Cold War spies. They couldn't exactly advertise their methods. After all, each estate wanted to maintain the illusion that their miraculous pineapple production was due to superior breeding and natural talent, not borrowed techniques. So they got creative with their communication. A certain arrangement of tools left outside the greenhouse meant, "My pineapples are struggling with fungus." A particular way of stacking flower pots was a code for, "I've figured out the heating problem." They'd slip each other notes hidden inside seed packets, share growing charts disguised as grocery lists, and develop elaborate excuses for visiting neighbouring estates that always seemed to involve lengthy tours of the pineapple houses. The best part? Many of these gardeners were essentially running scientific experiments that wouldn't have been out of place in modern agricultural research facilities. They tracked temperature variations, experimented with different soil mixtures, and developed heating genuinely innovative systems. One gardener famously discovered that placing mirrors around his pineapple plants increased their growth rate, a technique that modern horticulturists still use today. But the pineapple conspiracy went deeper than just growing techniques. When a particularly important dinner party was approaching, and the estate's pineapples weren't quite ready, gardeners would engage in what we might politely call fruit diplomacy. A perfectly ripe pineapple might mysteriously appear from a neighbouring estate, with the understanding that the favour would be returned when their crop was ready. Careful timing and absolute discretion were necessary for these exchanges. Imagine being responsible for secretly transporting a pineapple worth several months of wages across the countryside, knowing that if it arrived damaged or if anyone discovered the deception, multiple jobs would be lost and reputations ruined forever. The length they went to were sometimes absurd. One documented case involves a gardener who dressed up as a travelling merchant to deliver a prize pineapple to a rival estate, complete with a fake accent and a made-up backstory about fruit imports from London. Another gardener developed an elaborate system of underground tunnels that connected neighbouring pineries, allowing for discreet pineapple exchanges and avoiding any awkward questions from the household staff. As you nestle deeper into your blankets tonight, picture these dedicated souls tending their tropical treasures in the English countryside, armed with thermometers, coal shovels, and an impressive network of horticultural spies. Their legacy lives on every time you casually slice up a pineapple for a snack, something that would have seemed like pure magic to the Victorian families they served. Pour yourself another cup of tea and get comfortable, because we're about to explore the Victorian equivalent of an underground railroad. Except instead of helping people find freedom, this network was all about helping rare plants find new homes. You might assume that in the rigid social hierarchy of Victorian England, a lowly gardener had no business dealing with exotic plants worth more than a carriage horse. You'd be wonderfully wrong. Some of the era's most valuable botanical specimens changed hands through a shadowy network of gardeners who operated with the stealth of master criminals and the dedication of devoted parents. It all started with the Victorians' absolute obsession with collecting rare plants. The goal wasn't casual hobby gardening. This was botanical warfare. Rich collectors would dispatch plant hunters to remote regions of the empire, taking significant risks to retrieve unique species. A single rare orchid could be worth more than a house, and owning something completely unique was the botanical equivalent of having an original Van Gogh in your sitting room. The complexity of our story begins here. The care of these precious plants required expertise. Surprisingly, the wealthy collectors who could afford to purchase them often lacked the knowledge necessary to keep them alive. Enter the gardeners, who suddenly found themselves custodians of living treasures worth more than they'd earn in several lifetimes. The smart ones quickly realised they were sitting on a gold mine, literally. But they couldn't exactly march up to their employers and demand raises based on their plant-whispering abilities. Instead, they developed something far more clever, a secret sharing economy that operated entirely outside the official channels. Picture this. You're a head gardener at a grand estate, and you've successfully propagated a rare Himalayan rhododendron that's supposed to be impossible to grow in English soil. Your employer thinks he owns the only specimen in the country, but you know better. Through careful cultivation and a bit of botanical magic, you've got 3 healthy cuttings ready to plant. Now tell your boss about your success, and let him decide what to do with the extra plants. But you also know that the head gardener at the estate 15 miles away has been struggling to keep his employer's prized Burmese orchids alive, and you happen to have figured out the secret to orchid care. What develops is an elegant dance of mutual assistance that would make modern networking experts weep with envy. That rhododendron cutting finds its way to the orchid expert's greenhouse, while orchid care knowledge flows back in return. Both gardeners look like geniuses to their employers. Both estates maintain their reputations for horticultural excellence, and nobody asks too many questions about how these botanical miracles keep happening. The network operated through what you might call plausible deniability. Seeds would be discovered growing wild in convenient locations. Cuttings would be found blown over from neighbouring properties during storms. Rare plants would develop mysterious twin specimens that appeared just when other gardens needed them most. The really sophisticated operations involved what gardeners called walking libraries, elderly gardeners who had worked at multiple estates over their careers and carried in their heads an encyclopedic knowledge of who had what plants and who knew what techniques. These living databases would make casual visits to various gardens, ostensibly to admire the plantings, but actually serving as information brokers for the underground seed railway. Some gardeners became legends in this shadow world. There was reportedly one man who could take a cutting from virtually any plant and get it to root, earning him the nickname, the propagator. His services were so valued that gardeners would travel for days just to learn his techniques, and his methods were guarded more carefully than state secrets. The beauty of the system was its genteel nature. Unlike other black markets, the underground seed railway operated on principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. No one was attempting to make quick money or dominate the market for rare plants. Instead, it was a community of craftspeople helping each other excel at their jobs while keeping their employers happy and their positions secure. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine the quiet satisfaction of these botanical conspirators tending their secret networks with the same care they gave their visible gardens, knowing that their hidden web of knowledge and generosity was what really kept the Victorian garden world blooming. Now we're venturing into the surprisingly cutthroat world of Victorian weather prediction, and the lengths gardeners went to protect their green investments from nature's mood swings. You probably think of weather forecasting as a modern convenience, something involving satellites and meteorologists in front of green screens. However, Victorian gardeners were responsible for their own weather forecasting, and their livelihoods hinged on accuracy. A surprise frost could destroy months of work in a single night, turning a head gardener from a respected professional into an unemployed man with muddy boots and excellent references nobody wanted to read. The challenge was that Victorian England's weather was about as predictable as a cat on catnip. Spring could arrive in February or wait until May. Summer might bring tropical heat waves or chilly rain that last for weeks. And autumn? Well, autumn was when everyone held their breath and hoped their carefully tended charges would survive until next year. So gardeners developed their own intelligence network, one that would have made military strategists proud. They observed everything. The behaviour of birds, the colour of sunset clouds, the way their arthritic joints felt on certain mornings, and even the mood of the estate's cats. One famous gardener swore he could predict frost 3 days in advance by watching how the dairy cows positioned themselves in the pasture. But here's where it gets really interesting. They started sharing this weather intelligence with each other, creating what amounted to an early warning system that stretched across the countryside. A gardener 20 miles to the west might send word that storms were headed east. Someone near the coast would pass along information about changing wind patterns. The network operated through servants, delivery boys, and anyone else who travelled regularly between estates. The most sophisticated operations involved what you might call weather spies, gardeners who would make seemingly casual visits to other estates to obtain information on growing conditions and share meteorological observations. They'd admire the roses while actually noting which plants were showing stress, and discuss the beauty of the landscape, while secretly gathering intelligence about which microclimates were performing better than others. These visits served multiple purposes beyond weather prediction. A gardener might notice that his neighbour's tomatoes were ripening 2 weeks earlier than his own, leading to discoveries about optimal planting locations or soil preparation techniques. Or they might observe that certain varieties were thriving in conditions where their plants struggled, sparking seed exchanges that we discussed earlier. The really clever ones developed coded systems for sharing weather information without alerting their employers to the extent of their collaboration. A certain arrangement of tools outside the greenhouse meant, expect frost tonight. Specific flowers left on windowsills indicated wind direction changes. Even the timing of gardeners' work in visible areas of their gardens could convey information to observant neighbours. During particularly challenging seasons, this network became a lifeline. The legendary summer of 1816, known as the Year Without a Summer, due to volcanic ash affecting global weather patterns, would have been even more devastating without the informal cooperation between gardeners. They pooled their knowledge about which crops could survive in cooler temperatures, shared seeds for hardier varieties, and coordinated their plantings to ensure that between them they could still provide fresh produce for their employers. Some gardeners became famous within this hidden community for their predictive abilities. There was reportedly one man whose weather forecasts were so accurate that other gardeners would adjust their planting schedules based on messages he sent through the informal network. His secret: he kept detailed records of weather patterns and plant responses over decades, creating what was essentially a localized climate database that he carried in his head. The weather wars also drove innovation in plant protection. Gardeners developed increasingly sophisticated methods for shielding their charges from unexpected temperature drops, wind damage, and excessive rainfall. Simple fabric covers and elaborate mobile structures, quickly deployed when conditions turned threatening, were among these methods. What makes this story particularly charming is how these weather warriors maintained their facade of casual competence, while actually operating with the precision of modern meteorologists. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had an almost magical ability to keep plants thriving despite England's unpredictable climate. The reality was far more impressive. A network of dedicated professionals sharing knowledge and resources to outsmart Mother Nature herself. Tonight, as you listen to the wind outside your window, spare a thought for those Victorian gardeners, peering at the sky and feeling the air pressure in their bones, knowing that tomorrow's weather might determine whether they'd still have jobs next week. We're getting pretty close to the icing on the cake of our experience tonight, but just not yet. We're now analysing the most daring Victorian garden capers. tales that would inspire today's art thieves. You might think the biggest drama in a Victorian garden involved deciding between roses and lilies, but you'd be delightfully mistaken. Some of the era's most elaborate schemes revolved around plants, and the lengths people went to acquire rare specimens would make Ocean's 11 look like amateur hour. Let's start with the case that became legendary among gardening circles, the Great Greenhouse Heist of 1847. Lord Pemberton had spent a fortune acquiring what he claimed was the only specimen of a rare Chinese camellia in all of Europe. He kept it in a specially constructed greenhouse, complete with a lock that would have impressed a bank vault designer, and hired a guard to patrol the grounds at night. What Lord Pemberton didn't count on was the determination of his neighbours and the ingenuity of their gardeners. You see, this particular camellia wasn't just beautiful, it was also said to bloom in a shade of blue that botanists insisted was impossible for camellias to achieve. Every garden enthusiast in the county was desperate to see it, and more than a few were willing to pay handsomely for cuttings. The plot that unfolded involved no fewer than 6 neighbouring estates and their gardening staff. It began with the seemingly innocent delivery of a new greenhouse thermometer, except the delivery boy happened to be the nephew of a gardener from a nearby estate, and he spent just a little too much time admiring the famous camellia. Within a week, detailed sketches of the plant and its housing arrangements had made their way through the underground network. The actual heist was a masterpiece of timing and misdirection. It happened during Lord Pemberton's annual fox hunt, when most of the household staff was either participating in or preparing for the elaborate luncheon that followed. While the Lord was chasing foxes across the countryside, a small team of gardeners was conducting a much more valuable hunt in his greenhouse. They didn't steal the plant. That would have been too obvious. Instead, they performed what modern gardeners would recognise as expert propagation. A few carefully selected cuttings, small enough to go unnoticed, were removed with surgical precision. The mother plant remained intact and healthy, showing no signs of the midnight surgery it had undergone. But here's the really clever part. They didn't just take cuttings for themselves, they also left behind a few small gifts. Hidden among the soil around the camellia, they planted seeds from other rare specimens that would take months to germinate. By the time Lord Pemberton's gardener noticed the new plants, they would appear to be chance seedlings that had somehow rooted near the precious camellia. The blue camellia cuttings were distributed through the network with the efficiency of a modern supply chain. Within 6 months, no fewer than 12 estates in the surrounding counties had successfully rooted specimens, though none of them could quite explain how they'd acquired such rare plants. The official story, when pressed, always seemed to involve mysterious seed packets that had arrived with no return address or chance discoveries of seedlings in unlikely locations. Lord Pemberton never did figure out what had happened. His camellia continued to thrive and bloom magnificently, and he remained convinced that he owned the only specimen in England. Meanwhile, his neighbours would gather for garden parties where they'd admire each other's completely unrelated blue camellias with perfectly straight faces. This wasn't an isolated incident. The Victorian era was full of similar botanical adventures. There was the case of the wandering orchid, where a prize specimen somehow managed to appear in 3 different county garden shows in the same season. The mystery of the multiplying roses involved a supposedly unique variety that began showing up in gardens across 2 shires within a single growing season. Perhaps the most audacious scheme involved a gardener who became known as the Midnight Propagator. This shadowy figure would somehow manage to obtain cuttings from the most exclusive and well-guarded collections in the country. His calling card was the small gift he'd leave behind, usually seeds of equally rare plants that the original owners would discover months later. The beauty of these operations was their genteel nature. In most cases, the original owners remained unaware of the visit, causing no harm or destruction. It was plant piracy, with impeccable manners and a keen sense of horticultural justice. What drove these elaborate schemes wasn't just greed or mischief, it was a genuine passion for plants and a belief that botanical treasures shouldn't be hoarded by a few wealthy collectors. These gardeners viewed themselves as liberators, dispersing rare and beautiful plants across the countryside for proper appreciation and care. Now, how did Victorian gardeners turn innocent flower arrangements into the era's most sophisticated communication system? One that carried everything from romantic messages to industrial espionage. You've probably heard about the Victorian language of flowers, where different blooms carried specific meanings that allowed people to send coded messages through bouquets. A red rose meant passionate love, Forget-me-nots represented true love and remembrance. Yellow roses indicated friendship, and so on. The floral telegraph system was mostly run by the gardeners who grew the flowers, and they used it for more than just love letters. The official flower language was charming enough. Lovers could declare their intentions through carefully chosen nosegays, and proper Victorian ladies could respond to suitors with botanical precision. But the real action happened in the servants' quarters and garden sheds, where an entirely different floral vocabulary was developing. Gardeners needed to communicate with each other about everything from plant diseases to employment opportunities, from weather patterns to the romantic entanglements of their employers. The problem was that sending direct messages between estates was difficult and potentially compromising. Letters could be intercepted, messengers could be questioned, and too much obvious communication between servant staffs raised suspicions. However, flowers offered a unique experience. Flowers were innocent. A gardener could send a bouquet to another estate as a perfectly legitimate gift, a sample of his work or a seasonal greeting. Nobody questioned the movement of flowers between gardens. It was expected, even encouraged. So they developed their own meanings, layered beneath the official romantic symbolism, like a secret code within a code. A bouquet that officially expresses friendship and good wishes might actually convey, "The head gardener at Thornfield Manor is looking for an assistant, good wages, and fair treatment." An arrangement celebrating the beauty of spring could be warning, "Plant disease spotted in the rose gardens, check your stock immediately." The system was brilliantly subtle. Take daisies, for example. Officially they meant innocence and purity. But among gardeners, the number of daisies in an arrangement indicated specific information. 3 daisies meant urgent message follows, 7 meant all clear, no problems here, and 12 meant help is needed, send advice. The really sophisticated communications involved what they called seasonal contradictions, arrangements that included flowers that shouldn't naturally bloom together. A spring bouquet with autumn leaves tucked discreetly among the stems was a signal that the message was time-sensitive. Winter flowers appearing in summer arrangements indicated that the sender was dealing with unusual circumstances that required immediate attention. One of the most famous examples involved the network's response to a potato blight that threatened to devastate kitchen gardens across several counties. The first gardener to identify the problem couldn't simply send letters warning his colleagues. Such alarm might cause panic among the estate owners and result in hasty decisions that would make the situation worse. Instead, he sent carefully crafted bouquets to key gardeners in the network. The arrangements appeared to be celebrating the successful harvest of early summer vegetables, but the inclusion of specific herbs and the unusual combination of blooms actually conveyed detailed information about the blight symptoms, its progression rate, and the treatment methods he was attempting. Within 2 weeks, gardeners across 3 counties were discreetly implementing coordinated treatment strategies, sharing resistant seed varieties, and adjusting their planting schedules to minimize crop losses. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had shown exceptional foresight in preparing for potential agricultural challenges. The flower telegraph also carried more personal news. Information about births, deaths, marriages, and other significant events in the gardening community travelled through these floral networks faster than official channels. A gardener could learn about job openings, promising apprentices, or troublesome employers through arrangements that appeared to be simple seasonal decorations. Romance also flourished through these channels, not just among the wealthy families who inspired the language of flowers. Gardeners used the system to court each other across estate boundaries, with bouquets that carried layers of meaning that would have impressed professional cryptographers. The women in the network, and there were more than you might expect working as kitchen gardeners, greenhouse assistants and specialists in flower cultivation, became particularly skilled at reading these complex floral messages. They often served as the communication hubs, receiving and interpreting arrangements before passing the decoded information along to the appropriate recipients. Perhaps the most impressive aspect of this system was its reliability. Throughout decades of operation, outsiders have virtually never discovered or decoded the floral telegraph. The gardeners maintained perfect operational security, partly because the consequences of exposure could be severe, but mostly because they genuinely enjoyed the elegant complexity of their hidden communication network. As you close your eyes tonight, picture Victorian drawing rooms filled with innocent-looking flower arrangements that were actually carrying enough encoded information to run a small intelligence operation. tended by gardeners who smiled politely while managing one of the most sophisticated communication networks of their era. Now we're finally settling in for our final chapter of our journey through the secret world of Victorian gardeners. A story that ends not with an ending, but with a beginning that reaches all the way to your garden. You might wonder what happened to all these elaborate networks, secret societies and botanical conspiracies as the Victorian era gave way to the modern world. The truth is both simpler and more beautiful than you might expect. They evolved, adapted, and quietly wove themselves into the fabric of how we understand gardening today. The underground seed railway never really disappeared, it just went digital. Those Victorian gardeners who traded rare cuttings through coded flower arrangements were the great-great-grandparents of today's online gardening communities, seed swaps and plant exchanges. The same spirit of generous sharing that drove gardeners to risk their jobs for rare orchid cuttings now motivates people to mail seeds to strangers across the country, post growing tips on social media, and share their garden successes with anyone who'll listen. Every time you see a gardening forum where someone offers to send free seeds to fellow enthusiasts, you're witnessing the direct descendant of Victorian plant piracy. When master gardener programs share knowledge freely with home gardeners, they're carrying on the tradition of those weather-watching networks that helped gardeners across entire counties protect their crops. The techniques those ingenious Victorians developed didn't disappear either. Modern greenhouse technology still uses many of the heat management and ventilation principles that pineapple-obsessed gardeners worked out through trial and error. The companion planting methods they discovered while trying to maximise production in small spaces became the foundation for sustainable gardening practices we use today. Even more importantly, they established the tradition of gardening as a democratic art. Those Victorian gardeners who refused to let rare plants remain locked away in private collections were fighting for the same principle that drives public gardens, seed libraries, and community growing spaces today. The belief that beauty and knowledge should be shared, not hoarded. The record-keeping habits they developed, tracking weather patterns, noting which varieties performed best in specific conditions, and documenting the relationships between different plants, evolved into the citizen science networks that help us understand climate change, track plant diseases, and develop better growing methods. Their weather prediction networks were the ancestors of modern agricultural extension services and the informal climate monitoring that helps farmers and gardeners adapt to changing conditions. Those Victorian gardeners who read the sky and felt changes in their bones were practicing the same careful observation that helps today's gardeners decide when to plant, when to harvest, and when to protect their plants from unexpected weather. Perhaps most beautifully, their tradition of mentorship and knowledge sharing continues in every experienced gardener who takes time to help a neighbour, every garden club that welcomes newcomers, and every grandparent who teaches a child to plant seeds. The same generous spirit that motivated those underground botanical networks drives the informal education that happens over garden fences and in community gardens around the world. The flower language they used for communication has mostly faded, but the deeper principle it represented, that gardens are spaces for connection, creativity, and subtle communication, lives on. Modern gardens still serve as places where people express their personalities, share their cultures, and create beauty that speaks to others without words. What would those Victorian gardeners think if they could see us now? They'd probably be amazed by our technology. Automatic irrigation systems, soil testing kits, online plant identification apps, and global seed exchanges that can deliver rare varieties to your door in days rather than years. But they'd also recognise the same fundamental challenges they faced. The need to work with unpredictable weather, the satisfaction of nurturing something beautiful into existence, the joy of sharing discoveries with fellow enthusiasts, and the quiet rebellion of creating abundance in a world that often seems designed to limit it. Their legacy isn't just in the plants they preserved or the techniques they developed. It's in the understanding that gardening is fundamentally about connection to the natural world, to our communities, and to the long chain of people who've worked the soil before us and will continue after we're gone. So the next time you're in your garden, whether it's a window box of herbs or acres of landscape beauty, remember those Victorian gardeners who worked by moonlight to share rare cuttings, who read the weather in bird behaviour and cloud formations, who created networks of generosity that spanned counties and decades. They're still there, in a way, in every seed you plant with hope, every cutting you share with a friend, every moment when you stop to really notice the miracle of growth happening right in front of you. Their secret was never really about the plants. It was about understanding that the most beautiful gardens are grown not just with soil and water, but with community, curiosity, and the kind of quiet courage that chooses to create beauty regardless of the circumstances. Sweet dreams, fellow gardener. May your plants thrive and your roots run deep. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable, but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly, the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The first Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service. Malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull, or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now, you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilising too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this, they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater. Then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition. It was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap. You had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The cleanup after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully. You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions or those who had to abandon their ships created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you're already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach, so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, they stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day. It was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps, and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories, and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise.